Yes, now. If now sports me, now sports me.
I hope Kish will be your second person.
For the male? I don't know actually.
No, you can
Who is the first?
I say me and gospel have talked a lot. Meaning say this is the text of making the angel.
Who is your
Because I
first?
say
He can't tell you.
love me.
Don't be Samson and Delilah again. No, he no get dreadlock. When he say, go ask him say wetin.
It cannot be the angel and be saying some things that is saying.
Forget that too.
It's like angel should be fair. Like if you know the same is
Okay, you need
Forget
to
that.
I'm the not talk Valentine's
I
now.
can't support Valentine's.
2. I'm the not talk Rose now. 3. Good. Who I suspect? I suspect. No be Rose. I suspect Kishi and Gospel.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it actually. I told them there's no gospel. I give it to them.
Now, because of Nadi, for
My
instance.
sister, anybody.
Give me suspect.
See what suspecting me too.
No, I cannot.
See, one thing about Kish is that Kish really to prove that. Not prove that I can be an angel from the initial. So it can also be a element to just make it. Some people do not make it.
Don't make her open. Don't be angel. Don't suspect me. Don't make her open.
Steve, who is suspect? I don't know this show. I will tell you, no baby show change the suspect. That's also organization. Organization. Who used to be suspect wants to know. He's very confused. Val, how many people? 2 people suspect, 1 and 1.
That's what I'm saying.
We do not say it's for the male and female. I'm asking, just let him tell us whether it's 2 female or female. Let him think critically and analyze.
You need me, I have people I will call you.
But let me just say, wait, will they take revolution? I know it's not
I have 3 top names. I'm not able to filter them. It just dawned on me that Kishi is one of them.
Your name is always ringing there.
If God give you my name as angel, it's not God you are serving.
Okay, one of the blessings.
Blessings.
No,
Your name
blessings.
enters.
Blessings. One of them.
Okay, so you suspected. So gospel has read 3 times. Teacher has read 3 times. Let's go. Man of God authoritative. Blessings and Kishi. So okay, blessings and Kishi. The blessings who you suspect. Kishi 1, Kishi 4 now.
Kishi and
Gil, the one that just once, twice now they hear you. Twice now.
I hope God is hearing too.
I have been there.
Very fast, I go.
No, I
I'm not giving you the things. This is not our answer.
That's suspicion.
Yes. Don't give your final answer. The final answer, they say write it now. Later, if you update your.
You think look up best way no right? Now your point.
It is everybody they call. These are the people they want.
Some of them they deceive you for you.
Angel said to another person.
Angel, they mention my own name. The 2 ladies, they mention my own name.
You are sure that it's
I have been there. Wait, make a letter. Kishi 5.
the hunt for an angel begins. Also, they gonna come.
It's be 2. Come and hotel last. I see the surprise I am go to the communication. I don't want that ministry.
Why they tell you you don't say why they mention my name for this.
Roski, who is suspect? At this might be true for those making this. Continue. Kishi is 6.
Okay, so what is it? Kishi and herself.
And that's what I wanted to say.
So I just
But you will be fair to the right man name. Let me go. If not, Stephen has she might be telling you the truth and I don't obey the truth. You don't say I'm the way, the truth and the life.
How will you suspect yourself?
Because she knows herself, I know who I am. If now we suspect Kisha,
Actually, I suspect yourself.
wait, making it 7.
Wait, I respect you should then 2 guys.
Yes, no.
Yes, and bad.
By that you should have been 3, right?
Okay, so Kishi is 7.
Of the departure, right?
Bat is 3. You?
But it's not fun, actually. To be honest.
3 now.
Yes, now.
That 3 people suspect.
Gospel 3.
3,
Back 3.
Bat 3, Hill 3, 3. Tomatoes 1. Kishi 7. Rose 2. Bless. Rose is 3 also. So your own will come. So different. No, you have said this.
If you mention my name, I'll be so disappointed in you.
Nothing that is disappointed.
You are disappointed.
Why you dey?
They
Maybe it's your disappointment.
fight for organization.
Me, I cannot like Kishi, I'm sorry. You're a suspect.
Now, like this one, just a little go shoot
But
them.
anyways, I'm not going on. So you can keep am.
Make so we fret off first.
I'll mention 3 names.
Wow.
But inside these 3 names.
One of them is
One
Stanley
must.
James.
That is the problem. I have to write
Yeah,
it down.
Is that even one must?
I'm serious. One must. Angel. I did my background check well.
We did it well. Oh yeah.
Kishi.
Kishi, you wait, just this. That's why you should confuse
No man,
us.
also.
See, one and only Kishi confused.
No man, no man.
Number 1, the 2 blessings.
Of course.
Why this? Okay.
Number 3, Kishi.
Kishi 8 now.
Kishi.
Don't bring it. Kishi, you are very sorry.
Just remember you, yeah.
You know now adopt you.
She have talked now.
Innocent us.
Wait, let's hear gospel.
But we do the love I have for you.
Forget love
It's not
first
these
now.
things that
What
are
you
just
know?
That we adopted you.
Kishi cannot
Exactly.
be
The way you are
Just say
defending
the
it.
game.
Don't
Before they
They
start,
are
the one they come on.
pointers.
We have some Kishi. Everybody go like Kishi. Father God dey confused. Wetin dem go do because everybody
You say we get better.
make us
know that she's
Kishi.
from our side.
Kishi.
Kishi na Kishi.
Kishi.
Kishi. Rema.
Kishi.
Since I was finished, I better go keep them like this.
quiet.
And you carry my
Yes,
wife.
yes. All of us decide to figure this thing. I was not quiet.
Tell us this truth.
Just now.
Just quiet.
Just come now. Because if they careful, say, Father, they wash me. I won't go act too much.
The reason why Emilio is quiet are two reasons. Number one, it's not him. Number one. Number two, he's trying to observe people at this very moment. Trying to observe expressions.
Green and white
And he keeps criminology.
That's how you arrest me.
So it's definitely.
Are you the top?
Don't do this, man. I pity for person who writes my name there. Just waste your ink. Because they go home.
Now the way.
Which is why is nobody suspecting?
Where's Abigail?
Exactly.
All of you. Where's Abigail? Where's
There are two
Abigail?
questionable reasons why we should actually. There are two questionable
The same
reasons
kitchen. Father told
why
us
we
to
should
find
actually
kitchen.
suspect
Only Abigail is in the kitchen.
Pastor David. Number one, from day one, he has been the one hinting on this angel.
So they gave me script writing.
So even when you think about it, like even from the hotel, like the angel, that's a distraction strategy. Number two, he's a pastor for God's sake with a congregation. Why would he be in a competition as this? Isn't that question? Why should he be with other normal people when it's a public?
Because he's an abnormal person. Why will he be abnormal?
Not like normal people, like other just random folks.
I get it.
So.
You all the way from here.
No, now, if they're looking for a pastor, they're not waiting for a pastor. They would have looked
But how do you get shots for you?
why they would now.
How do you get shots?
As you say, they took me orientation, they done orientation. Ask him.
Okay, now you be the second name.
I am himself.
He just almost slipped
Wait, he
it
just
now.
almost said something.
Grab what he's saying.
Wait, he said that you be the second one.
He almost just slipped it
All I
now.
will say, I pity for person who go waste in one chance in orientation.
I leave immunization.
Who go waste that for my name?
It's still a distraction strategy. You guys don't
Oh,
get
that was give us this time, I beg.
You guys don't get it.
You say it's all for Lagos, it's all right.
Now, Angel,
Anybody
that
where I
be
come
active
for
in
here,
this house,
don't
man.
go to say that you are going
Angel, that be they do pass, they do like say. I don't get this. The angel no go dey calm, no go dey reserve.
If they reserve, you
Baba, that's why you get to vote so.
The angels love to monitor you. What is the monitor you for? When they are
Four votes, that's high. Val, you get 4 votes so. People they suspect you.
I think they get
But it's kind of weird that people are actually suspecting you because
My
first,
brother, anybody can be a suspect.
for me to get 4, wow.
You get 4 and Ayomide, very active Ayomide has none. This life,
Why just give me like please, I want many people only one time
Everybody can
Wait, I'm doing something. I understand.
No, you don't even need to believe everything. No party know the one way they go. Forget. You just immunize yourself.
this one I know this one.
You know how they are going to select. You will you know the party will get the highest vote.
if you get yourself.
You get other criteria as well. We know because we know they know within the sub. The voting system, we don't even know whether now by high voting or whatever. We don't know.
We don't know the voting.
We don't know. We don't know.
We're not supposed to suspect person way dey quiet. Angel job, we were told from day one the angel is going to make your job difficult.
No, they didn't. They later changed it now. If they made our life difficult, you for not know this.
Yes, what to make my life difficult is that
But change it to what?
They change it to them becoming like you in the house.
or they make it that they will not even look for trouble at all.
Now be the issue. Now they become you. Oh, you are a contestant. All of us they find concom to cut the
And
motor
they
and
just
the
say,
bicycle. Not be the same concom all of us they use. When they say change, anybody.
So the angel would not have done perform the same tasks as you did. Or the angel would have performed in such a way that
Angels will be among you. They will sleep around you. They will walk around
That's
you.
why you don't
They will do everything.
That's what I'm saying. That's
That's
what I'm
not
telling you.
suspected.
That's
nothing
why
about
you don't go
diligence.
know.
You guys don't get this distraction strategy. There's nothing about diligence.
Okay, what is it about?
An angel will be will be someone who's
I
out
don't
there.
know why werewolves make mistakes here that day. If
An
you
angel
don't
will
fear,
be
that's
someone
only
who's not the reserved person.
But that fear
Because
we
it's
fear
so
that they don't make
obvious.
us don't
Why would I be reserved?
Because
I
the fear was
don't
for
always
me.
see myself.
The
That's why there's a
angel
certain
is
guilt.
not
Nah,
anything. The angel is who they are.
I choose you
They are
and
confident.
Kishi.
The angel is who
Obviously.
they are.
But
If they are
because-
calm, they are calm. If they are reserved, they are reserved.
Well,
If they are
because they've
outgoing,
been
they are
given
outgoing.
one
understand.
They're not giving
particular
angels fake
responsibility, which is
personality.
go and try these people.
No,
Which they are
nobody is
patient.
They change am. Let me tell you, that vision was.
They change
They change am.
What is it
They
called?
were meant to make the thing.
Go
They will
and
come
be
out
like-
like
if they
demonstrate with
find your
you.
trouble,
yourself.
that's also it has the agent.
Bros, if they do that one, it's dey easy to spot them. You will just pick the most controversial people.
We know them two. If now by that one I know the two, I go just put their name now, and I
I
know
know
pass.
you go put now one.
Okay.
That's where the problem dey now.
No,
Because no go
no,
sure
no,
one
one
be
like that
70%,
now.
one be 30%.
You can't do
At this point, we should be observing.
I like nothing
You
observe.
observe.
Forget that
Maria,
observing.
never observe
It's too
one
late to
day.
observe. If you don't see am for Kishi,
You have
you
been
don't see am for
observing for 20 waiting days.
Kishi.
Father,
Hey, another clue. Another clue.
Pastor, do you know what I mean? I know I've been a blessing. Blessing is living.
Why you know this is better?
They are angels. Angel will not spend money and go and be doing publicity.
Hey, he go shock you say father
They
sponsor.
give am money make him do.
He go shock you say father
You
you are
sponsor.
here.
He come out the way bless you say.
You preach
Come out the way
it.
bless you say.
You
He
preach
come out
it.
the way bless you say when we're going
You
out for
preach it,
when we're going out for
You think it's the number?
evangelism.
Oh, okay.
For me, I feel that's a strategy for you to do publicity.
Julie is suspecting one person because I always believe Kishi is prophetic and there's somebody Kishi follows them. That's why I believe Kishi. My brother.
I'm to distract you about you know.
Kishi, I know
Kishi
prophetic.
was sorry. Right?
Kishi, show me your prophetic eyes now.
My brother,
And she has saying, for me, I'm not suspecting. No, because you decide.
forget that story.
Because you can't be serving God.
I will not break my
And
heart.
you God know that you
I'll
are
break my leg for you and soul that if I'm not
And if that is like this,
Was.
let's say how you don't find out the end already.
See what's grammar.
Just the use grammar, they confuse us.
Another
Another option. Wow. Guys, listen. Father, thank you, Father.
Father doesn't use us.
anyone
Anyone wait.
Wait.
that is sure he or she has spotted the angel should let me know tomorrow.
okay.
Now what time?
Tomorrow.
Should let you know.
Yes. Don't tell me the name.
Okay,
Just let me know you are sure is this person.
But it's the same thing they told us before now.
No,
Wait, now make you finish.
No,
No.
wait,
Let us finish.
I'm not done.
Okay.
If you are wrong,
Wait now.
Wait.
Negative marking.
if you are wrong,
Wait.
you automatically leaving the house.
Nobody
Oh, when?
wants
On Saturday.
Saturday.
What up?
to me, I have questions. Are you done? What if we not tell you we spoke in but we did the right thing like Father said we should write?
If you are sure you have spotted
Sing the angel. Come on, sir.
down,
Just tell him.
This one now.
Okay, this is number 3 option now.
This is a
no,
secret.
you guys, you don't understand what
That's the
happened.
same
I don't understand.
option.
Okay, see, this is true. I'm trying to understand.
This is
Based on the
true.
first information, you know, we said that what if 4 or 5 people get it right? Who will the father say got it right?
Yeah.
So this is to answer that.
That
Now,
question.
if you are sure, quickly go talk.
Ahead of time.
Thank you very
Eh,
much.
but you
Then
stand
ahead of
I don't
you.
think
But
they
the
can-
risk
And
is
ahead
that.
of your going.
Hey, I be the gamble now.
I don't think
If
they
you
can-
get it right, any other person will come talk. They
waste their time.
Exactly. If you miss am also,
Gospel, is
I
he
go
right?
out.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Just to explain more, man.
Gospel, is he right? Is he right?
Let's go and explain this. You can't understand.
The instruction is if you know you are sure
It's very simple.
that this person is the angel,
Report
come
to
and
the
tell me you are
HO.
sure.
Does this one override the first one?
That one is another option,
Option.
so that one is still valid.
It's still valid.
This is another option.
And that one will still do. Me, I prefer that one. Make a right. That to go home.
This one,
This one, they very
This
risky.
one is skill.
your
This one is for
your
people that are
party,
sure.
your party, if you win, you go to.
You go see what I go for.
You
And then true.
Yes, yes.
Baba na true.
This
The
one
one
was
if you win,
fast.
you go go and so.
Wetin you
This
get?
one tight too.
Except say go come down. Then you say open
Well,
that person.
for me, I think it's anyone who just decides to want to be
To go home.
very callous that will exploit the second option.
Because what?
Because you know be God, how you want to take show?
Yes.
You can't be
You
sure.
can't be sure.
No, but another thing is that you can be sure.
And the revelation can be sensitive.
Revelation.
Bible says test
All
all
of us can
spirits.
get revelation.
Bible says in First John chapter 4, test all spirits.
Until you need revelation, so I just can't.
You go get college, go talk to him.
If you get revelation, you get
God go show you
God
some
will show
people.
all of us.
God go show you some
Listen,
people.
is it worth the risk? Is it worth the risk?
All of you now.
We give. Oh God.
Is it worth the risk?
Then if you get my dress gift tomorrow, tell him like
He gets working to.
No, but seriously, he does not participate.
This our mouthpiece.
He was sick.
He don't get your peace.
That could also have happened under natural circumstances.
You didn't come here to be sick. Is it how sick now?
Wait,
Are
but
you
still,
kidding
you
me?
know,
You
it's
were
like
sick
before I
the
go
first
to
day
my
you traveled down.
Was I sick inside this
phone.
house?
They can
Because you
put
got
phone
well.
Am I obsessed now? Key. Wait till you follow. No, let's
Go
go.
give nowhere now. Give
Which
nowhere.
way?
You don't see where now.
You know still where?
You don't see drop why they give am. I mean, open drop.
He don't where
I
is
mean,
he?
open drop.
People catch
Where is he?
Today,
Where we dey?
today, I mean, open
Let me
drop.
go and
Viewers, so
No, you
viewers
won't
no
finish
know
the
say
dose.
key dey this
You
house.
don't already win. And the dose you won't just finish.
Because the second option is not for me. Please, good night. I want to go and sleep and wake up by 12.
Two angels don't dey go.
All these agents we just dey leave our
They
midst.
don't dey go upstairs. Which kind life? Me in a shall go talk. I want to go and sleep. Me for that day in a me in a corner.
How they do that? I will advise you to do it negotiate.
I want to sleep on 10. I can't do
Let's go with you. No, give is
Okay,
not
but
free.
Dr. Pa, why is
Which
this
kind
actually
is not-
here?
this
I
one
can't
is
answer
not
that
here.
question.
This
We
is
are all
not
here.
here.
Person wey get constipation.
Oh, yeah,
Now
if you
your
are not
constipation.
saying him, come tell me now. Make
No,
I tell
no,
Father.
it's not even about that.
Did
You
you
should be
see-
here.
I
What
want to
custodians
tell
are
you.
here?
No, tell me you
Where
are
should
sure
they be?
it's
That's
here.
my
I will
own
go and tell
Five
Father
after nine.
tomorrow morning. This person
Let
says
me now call
he
you.
or she is sure it's
Don't go call am. Person wey
Come
go.
and let the guy sleep, Jare.
Let the guy make his
Ah,
sleep.
if you don't say
Agent
agent,
is when.
write the name.
If you don't say na
No,
agent,
it's not
that
about
time I make you
angels.
go where
All
they go.
custodians
It's
should
supposed
be
to be
here.
here now.
We are all called here now.
Yes.
He's not
I
finished.
said the court say no one join the uncle.
But
See
you
by
don't get
force.
That's why I give drug this
He's
year.
don't
not
come.
a custodian. It's getting better now.
Pastor, I know
If they
that.
call me, say now I go
Why they
say,
say
I
give?
don't want to come.
No.
No, nah, listen. Gil was not fine from my own.
Are we doing
this
anything
When?
now?
view.
The same deal I saw this night.
He's not taking drugs.
Person that was in the kitchen saying they don't put fish in his own dish.
he's okay. Gil is perfect.
He said they don't put fish.
He said he not put fish.
They don't put fish in his noodles.
That's not when
catch
you go to my website.
You know when?
Oh, I
When I know when that guy dey chop.
Yes, even the first one, I will.
He dey jump. And he go still not
Okay, if you are getting what of the second agent?
No, we're not talking about
Our problem is to at least find one. Which one is
If you find one, go feel right, go get mine right. What is to find? I don't know.
We will stay awake this night, child. Because I'm sure Father would have communicated.
See, that's a control option, no work.
Truth
That
is,
goes take it, go work,
truth
no work.
is,
All of us
And
go
if Father is telling us, I'm
Truth
a
is,
quiz, so stay in
you
kitchen.
might. Angel
Na
fit
mine
dey sleep
too.
na go dey in kitchen.
exactly.
But when did the agent want go to
Angel
function?
might have not been
Father
aware
would have
of
like, please they talk
information.
to Father
That's
now.
the
Know that they talk.
Angel might have
Father
not
could not tell us, say, by
been
this time, show up.
The truth is,
They may not
everybody
know.
has a name on top of their list.
On
in
their mind. But no get mind to write am.
Every as you know, as you're sitting down and you know you have one name. In fact, then wake you up and say, okay, this minute if you don't say it, you are leaving now. You are leaving. Just, you don't go think twice. You just stop that name. But
Man, this friends, the boldness to come right
you
now.
can't talk. So
Like,
why
if
are
they
we
make a
why are
right
we
now,
even having
testing
this
and gospel
deliberation in
issue.
the first
Yeah,
place?
because your mind is
Gospel issue, but I don't know why I don't feel
Your
it.
mind not go change regardless of this deliberation. Everybody
If
before
no,
this day-
only if for only rules before even
Get
that
what's in
night
your
when you
mind.
fear.
In fact,
Only that fear wey rose, because angel no fit get that kind of fear. For me,
Okay,
now,
angel
for
no
me,
be you.
subconscious
You know
mind.
whether in the talk he say na
You know whether why Rose even fear? Pastor,
Listen to the way
Pastor, you know why Rose?
Rose
Maybe
was
she don't
close
say they
to
don't
be
kill
friends.
And the angel
I saw the fear from the innermost part of the body system.
Everybody was scared that day now. Everybody moved to one side.
Was the kitchen not win? Why I no suspect kitchen?
Now you know why you don't
But I don't suspect Rose again because she's that fairy, she fears it too much. Too much for angels to feel that kind of thing.
No, but Pastor, me, let me tell you. What's his name? He said something that night. Script have changed. What if? Script will not change. You know, it's the agent. Script have changed. Are you the one that writes the script? She's not the script.
Am I with the angel?
No, this person.
Why did they call the pain?
I just start there.
Everybody say their own.
You know, the way Rose here, you know, the things they have been, they won't go pick it.
I mean, don't change the script. I don't play as planned.
No more now listen and wait. What if the angel party lose? Will the angel go home like that?
Now.
Is that how the father said the angel?
Definitely the angel will hand over Mark to the person. I don't go tell you. You go hand over Mark, you know you have forgotten. If you enter inside father's room, go tell
But now, for the father to be asking
if
this
you are
question,
handing a Mark.
it means he wants to reveal the angel before the party goes home.
We go no, but if you go, as you go home, as you go, no waiting benefit you.
Even the viewer don't know the angel.
And now, for the father to be asking about the angel now, it means father will reveal the angel
Before we go.
before then
Before they go, sorry, before now go, sorry, before.
So that the angel
before
now.
go. Because if you go, you can't know angel, it don't make any power for you.
You understand?
It don't make any point for you again. You just say, I know, now I know, now I know. You just go out. Now I know say angel matter is serious. I've been talking before now. They say
Serious.
it is serious now.
I've never thought about who the angel is.
You can imagine.
I've never thought about it.
I don't see the rules again.
Rose, what are you doing?
Even your thinking don't go ahead.
Well, last but not least, what I will say is, last but not least, what I will say is, I personally want to appeal to whoever the angel is. I personally want to appeal to whoever the angel is. Kindly, with all benevolence and magnanimity, consider me on top of your list to give your points to. Please, when I come out of the house, we'll see ourselves.
And that's true, good campaign strategy.
I beg, I just want to beg.
Ow.
If I don't think, you know, think of me before.
Let me
I beg, think of me, I beg.
If you're the angel,
It's like remember me in
you're
paradise.
not married. Remember, he's married and I'm not. So,
In fact, because I'm married, I have more expenses.
that thing that he's saying that
I have
we
more
see outside,
expenses.
I don't understand.
I need to pay house rent.
Seeing you outside and what? But then,
To all the angels in our room, I promise to make you.
Now should be more of those that should not be. You should be the angel.
I promise to make you beautiful dresses.
Angel, if you've not thought about me before, I beg. Think about my qualities, you know I can actually do that. I beg you.
They ask me this, I need to tell this why they were not about sanction and angel.
If you show you, see CPOS, go tell them I said I'm an angel.
Straight on the show and they strike us now. The other angel is there to come out from work, even though the angel don't go.
Angel, when I consider me, I don't
As in
beg.
a man angel, as an angel, don't be.
I beg, angel, I don't beg. Thank you so
I never
much.
suspected blessing for once, but as in a
Oh, my God.
Let's make an alliance.
I comment
People
my
are
love.
carrying boxes. Blessing came with small clothes because she knows she's not going to stay long.
So you were not thinking before, Abby?
She came with small clothes. She knows
And I was telling you, you were thinking I was assuming and
Who
assuming.
again is not come with much clothes? Guys.
You know what was that?
Oh, no, boy.
You know what point. You know what
But it's very true. Blessing just came with one small vibe.
I can't actually
I'm the one that say,
for
you
2
don't
weeks
plan
to
to
back.
wear.
If I'm going for the holidays, say normal break, Easter break, I don't go with that small bag.
That's because you don't know how to arrange your things.
How many clothes do you have? How many clothes do you have?
Guy, all these people they talk about
Abigail, come for the year, he said.
Abigail never told us.
You understand?
Abigail never told us.
Now, true, everybody don't talk about suspect. You're too major suspect.
They just go and look at you for one thing. There's some more person.
Exactly.
Person is going home now. He's saying,
Now I will think about it, but I don't put my mind.
I have just now and tomorrow one.
Give us attention.
As for maintenance, no feeling.
No, no.
No, you, I don't know. I supposed
There are two people where I know say they cannot be
inspired me when I did my online get to know me. The way I can't conscious say myself when I'm thinking this man is an angel. Yes.
I see they pray for the person who have money as angel. They pray for you.
I don't really, I know as Jay, nothing is
Val, bring one valid point because I can for you.
Val?
Yes, now.
Where?
That is not a normal
I
person.
did for my room, you know some agencies.
I want to know, you want to use and sing song?
I miss her, but I thought
Where is the right
Wait,
foot?
pastor, wait.
Lo and behold.
The kitchen.
So nobody can suspect I'm an angel.
No, I don't.
So if you first enter this house, don't forget. That is why I don't suspect you.
I beg.
And
Why
I go
we
be the
supposed
first
to
BOF.
suspect you and now you pick up? Why you go
Are you pick on? Are you the first BOF?
They tell you say you go pick
No,
up.
no.
David,
Now me
let's not
supposed to
wait
pick
now.
up.
It's not
Now me
wait.
Oh
supposed
yeah,
to
then when
pick
I
up.
meet you, I'm
Now
not
me-
tell
I
us
don't
that
want
they
to
meet
do like
you.
that.
I say sure.
Man of
Thank
God.
you. Go.
BOF.
Man, yeah, pick.
I know the.
Dog, make it a room.
I know.
And your party come with an example. They tell you the family say.
So don't do this.
I know the thought that I take towards you.
Don't go and talk. I don't want to do it.
A lot of people.
Don't go and talk. We friend, come.
Whispers don't go do anything.
They talk as if it's no
If you
big
did
deal.
right, you did right. If you did
I
right,
beg
you did
you,
wrong.
sacredness come on here. Oh, say no go have conversation.
And it's true. The only way that
You get one small for the vibration.
Wait, Mama, they use SMS.
You know, so that time when they ask me, I don't talk.
You don't feel possible.
Oh, I didn't get it. Everybody just forget.
Why would you forget? Only the only Father gives you the only opportunity to save yourself. Now you dey talk say no.
No, you go try am now. But person wey need to try am, you go dey sure say na your team dey go before you begin try. And that one you no get anything to lose again.
Oh, I mean, I'm also not foolish enough to go give a view of the
I hear you.
No possible.
Nobody try.
Nobody fit try that one.
Even when you think say you dey sure, your
Even when you don't say
your
you
sure
don't-
go shock you.
Even if you knock, V.
You tell am say you just wan check on am. You wan check on am.
One no suspect gospel. Now no suspect impediment.
Me, I don't tell the sense.
Say I beg you.
But me, I'm not big. It's not great.
It's not greatness.
I don't know why they suspect sacredness.
My brother write my name now, give am.
I dey suspect am. Me and Gishi.
Angels have come out boldly and then I write their name. I don't feel like me. What is the problem?
Gishi and sacredness.
The three people are not suspecting greatness.
Come
So
on,
and
come on.
Ayo. It's so for me.
Put my name.
I
Nobody suspect
bet
Ayo.
my sleeping.
Nobody suspect
Say
Ayo.
wetin you best.
This your Zara.
I say carry this your.
I bet na Zara.
If you get a chance, talk now. They will Saturday they go and snap go say my man for talk. Talk
I
now.
can bet my
VOF. Latest by tomorrow, Shay. Can tell you.
that money.
There are no country great.
It cannot be Ayo.
As they take one person, you go there another one again. So
No, it cannot be.
Anybody wey suspect anybody, just if you get oldness,
It's
right
not
in
Mr.
there.
Great.
nobody will make that mistake with them. I lie.
Save yourself.
Nobody now.
Father, another option, Father. Number option four. Because this option no one.
If I tell you.
Why she dey look pretty?
Bleh bleh.
Son would have told
My
you.
first. This was my first.
He was saying,
If I go home, I don't
First suspect. Once somebody tell me say you no suspect, I tell you say my first suspect for this house.
I suspect blessings and I still a suspect man.
I no mention the name. I no change.
you don't be blessed, you don't be greatness.
Okay, I know you. So you do you no
About
free me.
opinion.
No, he said from his own opinion.
I don't feel trust them. I don't feel waste my ink. Choose them.
Oh God! Anybody who already now you know. Go right. I wish you well.
I don't waste my ink like to
My prayer.
As I enter this house, I don't waste my ink like to Funaya. I didn't see wetin happen that day. Only she can explain.
Abigail, why they launch you yesterday? Is that a distraction strategy?
Abigail,
now
This
see
game
the
so
fear where I
complicated.
fear when they come in, you're supposed to say
no, that fear be stage play.
Anybody no fear for you?
All of us fear.
Are you kidding me?
We where they don't call our name. We dey
You know,
fear
say
to say,
as
waiting for
as
that.
those who just come. Abigail. Cause Abigail come to me.
Ah.
Well, I just said I'm not -10 or -20.
And they think saying around that kind of figure. I was thinking,
wait till God remain if they come out to Pepsi.
Maybe the total background.
no, you know, there are some man. You get some man where they go come out and you go use your hand, go pack your things, the drag and come. Father, I want to go now. Father, this
My
night.
spirit say you are suspecting me.
Yes.
You were on my
You suspect.
you don't come out.
No, most people suspected me.
No, I don't tell you.
For that first week, for that first week, assuming they say, oh yeah, paper.
I go put it on an like
Most people write it.
Why?
You've been there.
No, why? Don't tell me why.
Because you did what an angel should do. You are all over the place.
But me, I tell you, as
Energy level. And because you follow and enter, that's why you saw something extra.
No, but Val.
You saw.
Now my name Val go right. I don't see him.
You say you don't promote your name.
I don't go lie for you now. Why I won't lie for you? See now.
If Naya had your dad,
why nobody suspend Eunice?
touch everything.
Why nobody suspend Eunice again?
Do everything.
She's the only one that was
Why nobody suspend Eunice?
allowance
To go and come back.
Yes.
see what is happening outside. See what is happening
Yes.
online.
They
And
come
still
back.
come in
back.
and blend and adjust where to
Okay, I don't
fit
see you are talking.
No, I'm not telling
I
you.
suspect you.
Isn't
I
that
suspend Eunice initially,
And
but
they can't tell you
the
this.
three no carry weight.
Why I go tell you anything?
You supposed to.
Wouldn't it be too obvious that dad will leave me to go and have my wedding and come back and I'll still be eating?
Because there's another angel that has to do your work.
it's because it's so obvious.
Eunice, I go right. I'm going this morning. Just POF. 7 o'clock in the morning, I go test on Eunice. I never tell you now.
And you is successful.
Don't do this now.
See the truth there.
Going out of the house is already an advantage.
Exactly.
No
Because
matter
now
how.
Only an angel can.
Can go out.
Even for your wedding day, if you just enter
Not
you
possible
they
for
say,
her.
Talk to me.
That's the truth. If she win, you don't go question her. If Eunice win, you don't go question her.
Thank you very much.
Say that.
it's a very good
I have a question.
If she win, no,
How?
you go to the house and inside.
Announcement, you are sure.
and Eunice say she was so busy that she would be so busy.
You don't check anything.
On your wedding day, they should make sure that you keep. Wetin dey happen for her?
Kai, this is just strike a chord. Two chords now. Two chords. Number one. Eunice, it's not going to be fair for her to win the show. Knowing good and well that she started when
A week after.
spent a week out, came back. So
How can
winning
she
is
win?
not on the agenda.
No.
for her. One.
No.
Two.
I have seen it.
She never agreed that I watched online, I followed,
No,
but
I
then
didn't say I
I've been
never
instructed to not
She said
tell
she don't
anybody.
get it.
She said I did not even see anything.
That's
I
what
was
I
so
That was
busy.
not what she said.
She was
That's what you told me.
I was
what she
asked
said.
not to say anything. I didn't say I didn't watch. I was asked not to say anything.
But you say you dey ask say which female we see say go win this thing. We no go mention your name, Eunice.
Yes, you have an advantage.
That's very
So
true.
your chances are
That's a very
slim.
powerful point, my brother.
Madam, I be angel or I don't be angel. Talk to me, I be angel. I don't be angel.
How come I don't talk now?
When I say you better go for your name. I want to see
No,
7 o'clock.
say they are sure. Please.
Madam, I be angel. BOM, I see my angel for this place.
Write it down.
No, my own. I don't trust what's in an angel. Now 7 o'clock I dey wait for. 1 7 minutes, I just go there. I never tell them.
But you don't back your back down.
Write down. Give.
Just imagine you announce winning party. And the winner is White Progressive Party. But David,
Out.
David will not be part of the party because he gets wrongly.
That's why I said to 7 o'clock.
But that will be painful.
Only wisdom will enable you.
That's why I
Get
said
sense.
nobody for this house go fit go tell viewers say
No, you feel with
even if you see am for
That one short, that don't go away.
follow.
David go say when they don't announce, but David, you have 2 minutes. They go say, sir, father, first day you play with you.
Now the joke I dey make.
First day they play with you.
And the sweetest thing is that the angel dey accept the laugh.
And why you no go
2
laugh?
clocks enter this house, Eunice.
And na you fit.
I let this man
line tomorrow. Who go be the first to go there? Who go there?
I don't agree again.
You're a man of God.
I don't agree again.
You lead the people.
I don't agree.
Now you go lead us. You are leading.
You go first, go. I go there.
You're a man of
Why
God.
you just call him? I don't see my angel.
Like seriously.
I don't see her.
Close, only you. And why is that your wedding this thing?
I see correct. You go to measurement.
Go to measurement. They come here, call them disguise.
Go to measurement. Now you. I'm not carrying your gun.
Why did he not size me very well?
I'm not disguise.
In
fact, you don't ask more flesh. Don't ask more
Don't
flesh.
add. The end they will come, don't add.
Very analysis.
Don't
Please,
add.
I beg you. Tomorrow come and test if you
Wait,
if
it's
you
just
push
one.
up one.
Wait, man, talk about that point. Why is not that man? They say, we don't chop anything for the ass. This guy won't chop anything. As they go and come back.
We chop this. We chop this.
All of us. But the question now, who wants first hand? Who go line?
You're a man of God. You will lead.
You shouldn't be asking this question because as a priest,
Thank you. You lead the flocks.
See who brought the prophecy?
He gave it to the man of God to announce to the people.
Now you professor.
I stand by my prophet.
Yes. I'm at your back, here one of you.
Eunice, Nahaya Samuel.
Shalom, careful. So you see the problem now. In this time we want to know who is the agent. Now we don't know who the agent, but who get man who say na angel. Now we
What am I on Kishi and Sagetis?
organic greatness. You go waste your ink. To be honest with your organization.
And then this is only one time in life.
You want to take a rock?
One is Jason, don't you?
Your ears. Alright, very important.
What are you doing? You're training you.
So, but joke apart, how do we do the night own now? They give us a little bit of kitchen. How was it?
We go do chain prayer and rotation.
I know the join out.
I will sleep in anyway.
I know the join.
So you must say, Father, don't give us that
Father said that thing as a clue. He has dropped the clue he wants to drop.
So yeah, the angel
Do
come
what
and
you want with the
and
information.
or angel come and drop your water. Angel good for us.
Do what you want with the information that's been given.
When I go with God,
there's no task
start to
tonight.
come now.
There's no task tonight. Viewers sit down. Viewers already extracted. They are looking for
That's the interest with the viewers.
to be honest.
And as far as I'm concerned, they are done now. If I
Viewers
was
are having a fun moment.
You know when it's really fun. You cut my head. You look at my head. So playing that like.
Okay.
Do you know where it will be really fun?
What do you call it? Tribal.
Do you know where it will be really fun? It is
You
you
are
are
fine now waiting.
where it will be really fun.
It depends on whether
But see, as I know it.
Where it will be really
My
fun
sister
is
did
if the
the
viewers
thing
are
that you see
aware.
that sounds
If they have been told
my son
by now.
they sing that thing.
Then I ask them now, you are also getting you reach 20,000 naira. If I think say viewers, if I win 5,000, I might get it the and they will shout now. Viewers say, will do?
Yeah, of course.
Not from because 1 billion.
Viewers don't know.
They don't know.
They don't know. I'm not saying that from the way we are acting.
I watched one reality show like that. They did something similar. They called them wild cards, and eventually even the viewers, we didn't know.
And said, can you imagine? She told you today that she's
I was
herself.
just catching cruise anyway.
But you can imagine, angels say the same herself. Can you see both eyes?
She's
I
very realistic.
say it all story.
If I come here now,
But I'm not
so what
fit.
They tell the house.
And general.
Wait, what you guys do you know how many times you said you want to? Do you know how many times you
Very,
told
very
me like
sure.
I
I don't just get that for
you imagine when you are here and every day
What about this? Blessing and blessings and
all this stuff, all this running up and that. You don't know when they tell you, you don't know there's something
one, therefore you get
At least for me. At least
and they don't know themselves, that's the problem.
If father will give money for this thing, if you dey hear us, father, if you put money for this thing, I go mention my name.
Okay, without going on.
Without going on, just put money. Yes.
True.
I will mention.
Let's try it. Let's try it.
Father, let's try it.
If you go put money on point,
yes,
I go mention.
No
negative marking.
I know.
you will be VOF.
Even if not be money, even if not point.
No, that option are negative marking.
That market.
You understand?
I go rather go sleep.
Because in case you fail now, your group come with negative marking.
You can't come out you now.
No.
My brother, they know the shot like that though. Son, they know the shot like that. Leave that.
So what is that the way out? What is
The way out now, wait for Friday.
Because you know it's from teachers. And they come here and not
If not point, say get maybe extra 5 or 10 points or whatever.
We too smart. If I give clue, we go know. We go know. Don't you
That's
say
what
that? We go know. I will know ourselves for here.
see father masters this. He knows
Abi, you won't want this factor. The way that call take come, I know say
because once you just call Kishi up to 8 times.
father just don't turn on our
So they go go all of them go write this game now it go cause confusion for us. We'll just change that. So now am I going to fear again don't be Kishi again?
that's why I don't even comment that for individual first. To help myself, I put that for one room. So
I give you day with you. Rose day with you.
All of them for one.
3 agents, 2 agents, 6 hours.
That's why he was
Point accurate. Like, I can give my right arm for it.
That's why I say if father put money on point, I'll call him. Say if I fail, I'm no wahala. Now that route.
I'm giving my point again to another person.
As you say those don't feel like they are for choose groups. I know people first go. I know send. If I go, I go. But because
Let's
In that realness, when you care, that fear should have been it never complete in mission.
no, see this thing, there was a eye. Just the Bible says Elijah. So they use one eye and saw Elijah. The eyes that they see no that day. She don't move her share back, don't they be so.
Angel said 5 year.
father
Now
lie?
you write the constitution.
Can the
Don't
father
you write the
lie?
right Christian.
But they said they will be
They say
donating their
we
funds.
Now them say eraser.
Na him do pencil, na him do cleaner. Na me write am, na me remove am.
Bros, leave the this thing. My father house. We come the law.
By my word. You never hear am? I swear by myself na my own name.
The matter don weak. They go just watch your father go say na the of this.
Yes.
Because they dey
You don't give these people assignment. Their mind don't digest.
Yeah, I know they find anybody as I do. Now Friday I dey wait for all the this thing make we know.
You know what?
If you wan go,
That's the end of the matter.
I don tire.
So they go test it now. What test?
I no wan predict. Okay, I no wan predict. Who be angel?
What does they say if you don't predict, you go home before?
We go still go na Friday na Friday na. No be Friday they go call am.
You predict.
You
Okay,
go predict.
me, I prefer me they done like this. Once they don't announce the losing party,
Predict.
then from that losing party,
Let them predict.
let the members of the losing party
Predict.
to
To
save
save one person.
That's all.
But what are the plans the angels will review before the party?
Let them review them now.
Angels should be
Then
more
angels
ought to be revealed before the party is the other party is going on now.
So that the real
Because an angel can be in
so that the real competition will begin.
No, so that in case the angel is in that party that is good, the angel will drop his or her.
You drop point. I don't say for here they say angel will drop point.
It's true.
They have to reveal the angel first. That's how they want.
That's why I say at least one.
So that you can know before then. Because anything can happen.
And we just have only tomorrow and Thursday.
more information should be communicated.
Today is Tuesday.
Today is Tuesday and tomorrow is last day for voting.
And tomorrow we dey do wetin we dey do tomorrow? Father of faith is coming.
Now they go. Now remember say one person na go free. Even if na two, one person go be three short.
Your body don't dey
One person go be three short from na two. Go right first. Even if I get the answer. So no be.
Hey.
But this point will bring for you in this thing. Seriously, it's really.
She's not playing to win.
Kai.
You can question it now. How can she come after 1 week and win?
The point enter. Serious. I know, but like that point really enter. If you really think about it, it's not going to be fair that she wins it.
No, bring it. Don't do it. But they bring it. They're not still going and coming.
Don't feel yours. That's how you eat it.
Why didn't they tell you? See, if it was
Even if she had an egg, she's been there for about 2 weeks. The egg did not do much. Besides, she can only watch the show 24/7 on YouTube. Because we don't have access.
okay, if it was a flawless system, better luck next time. Or you have an automatic ticket in next edition. Just go, enjoy your marriage.
Do you understand?
Go, you know if you go, what you think?
She helped me.
They gave her the
Was she
choice
helping
to
her?
pick a number. They were aware of the wedding when she was coming.
They are picked already.
I don't like
They
it.
picked already. She has seen the initial date and set her wedding because of that. They came and changed. She moved. They came and changed. She moved.
But this that day, Eunice, Eunice.
The
That
husband
day,
Come and look her from that
Sonia, she's the
aspect.
only one
actually.
getting married. Her husband is not going to decide to.
Eunice, if not that day, eh?
They can't remove her. They've unforeseen
Unforeseen circumstances happen.
It's not easy to just give up on the spot like that. She wasn't sick.
That's not the part of
And it wasn't my fault. It wasn't
She's not the one that said she was only from March. She's not the one that said she was from
Let me sleep because I want to do
it's only the aspect of it wasn't our fault.
It wasn't the father.
That's the only reasonable thing you guys
It
are
wasn't
saying.
your
It's not like they have
fault.
unveiled her or this.
They were trying to make
unforeseen
things.
circumstances.
Yeah, so
happen.
they were trying to make things
So many
possible
things that
and fine for all of us. So it wasn't nobody's fault. It was an unforeseen whatever.
Unforeseen circumstances.
But it's okay.
what it meant is the playing field was no longer level.
You are not even telling me. You just tell me you are sure. And now you go and tell father somebody is sure. Maybe father will call you. You go to
Father, he call himself. At the end of the day, nobody will go. I say, no, you go. Nobody will even go.
Team going and normal going.
If team going to Mago, I'm saying just said day two. You know what I'm doing.
What if the two angels are in different parties? Is it like they will come
They
together?
will go too now. person will come carry pikin, the pikin don't die. The work
The
never
truth
finish.
is, if the both parties, if one party is leaving this weekend, both angels will be in jail.
For sure.
Either that same day
And that time,
or
I
before
competition.
then. So that
competition.
begin exactly.
The real because when I fight for the father's blessing now.
All man on your
All
own.
man on your own, nothing like team again.
Na my friend.
Let us come sniper.
Everything you know.
Ilona.
A loner thing, no.
All the old sniper, they just go out there for
At
us.
that time, you know, say some people hide some things for their arsenal. On key things go begin to play
But
out.
as it stands now,
I wait for Friday.
Nobody got any better answer, so the thing just wait for
How
Friday.
can you get an answer with this attitude where they are?
Just tell your people to vote for you so that your party can be.
We don't even know the process. You think by only the vote. Until that, let them
Wait.
make whatever.
Can
they
we not guess?
Guess what?
You can't guess, you have to be sure.
No, I'm saying like, what if your party is the one that is staying? Must you
No, now they say once you get it, the party is going, the other party is going. You'll be ruined. That is the advantage of it. You have now and tomorrow to talk. You don't talk now and tomorrow. Whatever happened to you, you say we use for you in the court of law. Or against you.
you can either decide to just wait for the final decision.
After the final decision, there's another option that day now to save one person. One person still will be saved. Tomorrow is guessing.
You cannot.
Oh, okay, for those who say they are sure, right?
They are so short, just tell the
But
viewers.
the other one now after they don't say okay, see people where they go. Now from amongst them
I won't take that reason.
of trying to play smart, except that God will reveal to you as He revealed to what's it called and Jojo.
Saturday is 3 days time. That's
No,
what.
if He reveals to you, responsible. Not
You God reveal to you. Let me say test us spirit, very clear. Don't speed make use your hands.
once He say He come directly, I know say na God, I know they feel. But if I know they sure, I know
I
I
they sure.
still not go take that kind
I can't take that risk.
If I hear,
What do you mean by single-handedly put yourself in the higher risk? Nobody will try am. Also when they talk my story, nobody will try tell you tomorrow.
Abigail, the
If I say
evangelist.
you should tell you, I am the angel sent from above. The person is he. You know this. You can't run just risk yourself alone. You better risk your group, your team together, than to risk only yourself. Now, it's true.
if that's the instruction for me,
Thank you.
but I never see.
Never
I see am.
The risk is worth taking.
Yes, no, na the same Friday. Na the same Friday. Whether na the
If on Friday, one time they say,
this thing.
example, they come say, as so party they go, and part of the party that is going. Now, you have one immunity. Say correct the angel, you correct the angel here.
Yeah.
Our talk.
That one you dey go now.
They go, if you help, you talk, go help, you come the person talk. But for now, please open your mouth, don't talk. You are not part of those white virgins. Part of the foolish virgins. Or lie. It's just a politics. From today, one thing like angel. Because now we don't know angel talk to my angel.
I know they remember that thing. I just see everybody like honestly.
It's part of the game that because I like following.
Daddy, another clue.
There's another thing that I've got him since.
My sister, that if they give you another thought clue, that will be it will even confuse you more than the two way they give you.
Or it will lead you closer to the answer. And I go. That's another way to be angel. Angels don't express themselves. Once they just do like
Anything they just sleep.
just because you don't get into the world. No, I say that is one of that is so destiny, but that is one of the things they get. Wow. We'll just go now night this afternoon.
Nothing concerns me.
Oh, sorry, it's Friday. On Friday, but this I don't know who this was.
Okay.
Now so,
2 years. 2 days we have.
true.
The road we take follow from the same road we have to go.
Medical center, here we come.
When you go carry you go.
That's your right one now. No, right point. Where is that?
You will leave here and say, wait.
You just need to say, oh yeah. No.
They go still pray for the people where they go. They go assemble them, commission them too. Somehow,
Can't just say,
there will be an assembly.
It doesn't make sense.
They're not gonna just say open door, make them go like that.
Exactly.
Once the only
They can't just say, oh yeah, they go.
You can't go like that now. Are they not supposed to be party for after whatever?
They talk now. Talk now. They don't bring it. Just talk.
You don't say 20 waiting.
I need to speak. I have a puzzle to solve.
Sure, 28.
How you want to take for it? You stress. Me, I know they stress myself trying to get. But say, okay, who you dey suspect? Yes, strong.
I don't like waste grace when God give me. If God give you grace, it was. You did not.
So was that what you were thinking about? No, the game part is fun. It's not really because of the angel thing. You keep the
On Friday, we will get answer, finally. At least your mind will rest, say you don't know who the angel is. And also, you don't know who they go home.
That's a great test.
Yes, sir.
And goes down, they're just in their room. What if you just discover that one of you is the angel?
I want to even discover.
Only us be two for you now.
Okay, let's spread them here as an example.
Still two.
No, that room get as it be in our own days.
But the two way makes me suspect, say, angel cannot be their room is that. Why would they put angel? Remember their features were put there, nobody then choose that room. They can't put angel on the floor where they will not be getting activities from the up. They're supposed to put angel planted in the midst of many people.
Of course.
So planting, I don't know if you understand. Planting one angel just I was the first to enter here, I was the first to see every place. So that is why I say it cannot be two of them.
If I
If
stay
not for
in
that,
those
I'll
sides,
say one of them.
no side go. There's no angel matter.
If you go, you go.
Yes, now if I dey
They
stay, I
say
stay.
this.
Yeah, I not be angel.
Yeah.
But anybody who wants to suspect me is okay. Put the name down. The name is Greatness Custodian.
I was looking and saying,
017.
You will shout greatness for us. I go tell them say I don't know. Now be correct, but me I don't use my eyes.
Anybody who write me don't go. I guarantee you.
Like Stevie number one, Stevie keeps saying say na greatness, na greatness. If you look at our master, like the country na greatness.
He don't talk about here now. Say na me. We play. My brother, I write am down. Make you see as you take go. Now me go dey wave you. I go send you message. Go give Mama Dunamis. Don't send me post later. Give am. Now me go dey wave.
If anybody want to my spell am for you. My spell, anyone wey sabi spell.
If you don't,
If I ask Susan answer this, my spell.
make we give you.
I go spell am for you.
I beg.
You want my name, my spell for you.
I beg you in the name of God, put my name and so I put it there. I'm a custodian.
Now I give my name, my spell.
Custodians as well.
Nah, they ain't custodians.
It just how custodian. They were in that day we did the first day. They were still there.
And they know if you win the
The
father's
same way custodian will choose, angels will choose. Do they different that angels will not win for custodian?
No. When matter comes.
Angels better pass some custodian will go win for that person because they are sure. Till they don't go win, so they know there's no open bali.
Oh, exactly.
There's no open bali on their side. They are sure that they will not win. But you will not be an angel. You did for middle of the war.
It's like all of us are even angels.
My
Think
sister.
about it. It's only one person that will win the father's blessing. At least angels have.
They don't even they bother. They are all
Exactly.
very okay.
I angels want to bother. You didn't tell them like I want to see for them. Say them they bother.
They know they win now. Bros, they know they play to win now. You are playing to win if you're a custodian.
No, she said all of us are angels. Only one person will win the person.
No. I said
maybe
in
she got-
literal sense. If you look at it, we are only one person is the one person winning the father's blessing, right? So all of us is like all of us are angels. The angels are just that basically they are not playing to
She
win.
use and cover her leg.
Yes.
She use
That is
and
12
cover
people.
her leg. Maybe cold they catch her.
Sorry, that means 13 people out of 15. One of them out of the
Cold they
13
catch her for
will
leg.
win
Yeah,
the
for
father's
leg.
blessing.
Yes, others wouldn't.
The remaining two are not interested in the blessing. But
Yes.
it's not that
Cover her
game
leg. Cold they catch her.
So out of the 13, I'm not saying how can we not fish out
Oh,
the
come
two
on, dude.
angels out of the 15
Oko man,
from the 13.
Oko man will be happy. Let's go.
But
Come, let's reason. You know Bible talk about reasoning. Come now, why you come to do like say you be Yabo?
My name is Yabo.
Bless, why is Kishi suspecting you? Bless.
Because I'm suspecting, and that's why that's just.
So that's suspecting.
But
Suspecting.
Kishi is prophetic.
That's there.
That's
So our
suspecting.
prophecy is not working this time around.
See, okay. So I'm not telling you she's wrong.
Since beginning.
So it's
I beg you, leave me alone.
And she's not
Do you
changing.
think you are living this?
And your prophecy always.
Talk to me before I
I'm
continue.
saying, yeah, no, no. Second day we came in, the question she was asking me, you can't be profiling me like that.
Or people say you provide them also.
I didn't, I didn't really come and meet.
Almost 3 or 4 people told us to know it. I was
I
surprised.
went to this specific people I
When they ask me, you know the answer. They ask me.
I want to take note. Why you can't be bend like that?
My name is Baby.
For how? It's in you know.
Bros, me, I just sleep with them.
Because you wear small, that small 2
I need
inch.
my massage.
Even on your way, I
Amen.
say,
No, not be the heat cause
second
I'm
day,
nice
we
exercise.
I'm not this thing again. 'Cause the
Yeah,
thing
do more exercise now. That's how you can.
You know, if you move, you know,
So,
you think
bless why I go to profile in kitchen.
be
Now,
provide
what
and
is
myself.
what and what has she been telling you?
I've been hearing what she has been saying.
What did she say?
The very first day, second day we came, me and Blessing talked and all of that. Then the third day, I think it was the fourth day, me and gospel. Then the fifth day again, me and gospel. So already interacted with Blessing on a very, very broad.
Bro, this thing.
So how did you now start suspecting a blessing is an angel?
The same way you're suspecting me.
That's to
Let's
say
give
that
an angel. Our next thing I
that's to
will
say
hear.
that you are not suspecting me. You're only suspecting me because I'm suspecting you.
Agreed. Shall I come and
And
ask
that
my
one will
name
not
too?
change my mind.
Why would I ask you to change your mind? Now I want you to write my name so you can leave. Because you are stressing gospel from me. So
Say that's why this is like
write my name so you can leave.
this is not that this serious. So I'm
Not
not
like
like
that.
I'm joke.
You will write
So
my
I
name.
know what is in my mind. Whether I write it or not.
Who you
Let me change
write
what
my
I
name?
do.
But
Yeah.
wait,
But be ready to come down if the father comes.
of course.
For any clue again. Are you expecting clue? You will still call it for clue.
I don't know.
I can call for anything. I don't think you will.
But imagine if one of the VOF na angel, you also.
It's possible now.
It's possible. They didn't say
Minus
they
B,
didn't
oh.
tell now.
Plus you know it's previous view.
Because me, I know I don't be angel. You supposed to know I don't be angel. If I'm angel for no since, just forget that jokes, you know. Minus me.
So Pastor Greatness, you said follow the suspect.
I'm not DBOF now.
I never suspected
Follow
you.
the suspect.
I never suspected blessing once. I might be wrong.
Everything na your color.
But ever since I heard
And
from
you print
Kishi,
shirt.
I said to God,
You print plenty shirt.
Kishi speaks with power and authority.
Hey.
So whenever she speaks, I don't joke. All of you might joke with her words, but me, I don't joke with her words.
Blessing cannot be.
I know blessing cannot be angel, but because of Kishi's service, I started believing it.
Because she did campaigns. She did a lot of campaigns.
Angels will
And
flow
that's
blessing
just
to
the
me.
one reason you should not suspect him.
That if she's an angel,
So she's currently playing to me. And if she's not
remember
doing
they said the
so,
activity outside and inside the house are different. She had so many activities outside.
But Kishi didn't do any activity outside. That was why we were supporting from the beginning. No activity, not even one. You didn't even turn back to people that was greeting you in the Facebook unveiling.
I'm telling you,
People were
she
greeting you,
never
nothing, no
replied
answer,
them.
nothing.
And you
So
said
I
you
said,
don't suspect.
I said this girl for me angel, but as I couldn't enter the house,
thank
I'm
you in
gonna.
the name of God.
Eunice, I don't even know whether Eunice answered people.
You misanswered now.
She answered me.
You should know everyone answer one.
Kishi don't answer anybody.
Even to
Kishi
lie,
no share.
even if you don't even get time
Kishi
to
no
lie.
share, Kishi no like.
Nothing. She
She
just
just-
relax.
just
I
no problem.
So I don't shop for this one.
I think they're making
No,
this
I
is coming.
answered a lot of people.
Leave them,
But
oh.
Kishi didn't answer. I
I
can
did not answer. You people's post on my own post.
your post. Your not on your post, on the father's house post on your own page unveiling.
People that
Because they said us that the activities were also enable you to be whatever that time. So everybody was like hustling now, hustling for traffic, network trafficking. But you're not even interested in anything. No even check. Your share is not more than 20.
so his interest that you used to know.
I know now we are reasoning now with puzzle. We are trying to bring puzzle.
You're
So
actually making so much sense.
am I making sense?
Yes, you are. My brain is just myself to know.
This life no balance. Before they find for angel, now angel is close and then the angel. Now no get man to toss in angel. This life no balance.
When angel is the way to your immunity.
And you committing this thing for me.
You dey see na you don't go back home. I carry the guy now.
Mr. Shalom wants
I
you
just
now,
tell Mr. Shalom
and
say
he will make sure
I'll
that
take Eunice to
you
Anambra
have dealt with
to join us.
in a way that it will beat you
Just
blue and
put
white.
you where you are doing
It will
lecture.
beat you to pulp.
Put you
How far is Enugu from Anambra?
not that far.
It's very close.
Just you This used to be 1 hour, 2 hours every day, but because of bad roads.
Bad road.
Bad road, Oka road has scattered it. Now
My
it's
dad
finished.
will get him
The
first.
Oka school spoil.
They will
Ojiri
reach
Fire.
it to pop.
So now it go reach like 4 to 5 hours.
We spent almost
It will be
4 hours from
Like-
Oka just to normally we don't
4 to 5
supposed
hours.
pass 30 minutes.
Before, but now. Before, I just know Munya. From Munya, interstate to Enugu. I don't know, but now.
I would have gone.
To Enugu, to do what?
That is there.
No, that is in Enugu.
He works there.
Okay.
Wow, really? Which side?
Correctional service.
You don't know the name of the area.
I don't know.
I think I don't with Oka now, but that's I know the place.
I know
I know the one
Enugu.
in Oka. I've been there before.
I've been to that
They have
one.
school, they are training, they are school. They are
We
school.
went to Evangelist.
I've gone to
They are school,
Enugu.
not the prison.
Okay, they are school.
They are
Okay, not the prison. Because I've been to the prison. When we were in bank, we got a job in bank years ago. They took all of us there to see some people there. That is to just see people who have done some bribery and corruption and the entire head.
I've been there twice.
They are school.
Father,
He's not static there. I'm sure he's always moving.
I don't know who be
I'm
angel there.
telling you, some of them have even turned to prophet.
I see. I go from angel. Like they here, like they there.
Friday, not Friday. No still change anything.
They don't know.
They do.
I don't stress my mind to be left for essence.
I
Like,
don't even stress my mind that I'm not good.
I don't stress my mind too much. I don't stress it.
This one why I come here. I don't
Yeah,
see who my
what
master
happened
is.
my ways? I went under
What
a
am I
ministry,
saying?
my friend's church. So basically, we actually went. Okay, he was a leader of their drama unit. So the plan was after the drama they would be preaching. So he was kind of looking for past people that would help them. So he called me. I followed him. And I saw these guys. I was like, I'm going to come back here.
Why?
So the second time I came, that was in my final year when I was the final year for I brought my people there for another
Did you go to the female side?
welfare services. No way.
You can't go to the female.
They can go
Male.
Yes.
Male.
They're not
The one
allowed.
in Ogun State, they allow them
No.
because they don't do it based on gender. They don't
Male
entry.
doesn't enter. You want in Kirikiri, you can't enter there.
So you can't enter there.
Can't enter.
There's a place they even meet for their service. Not really the prison.
No, females are not allowed to go out.
I'm not saying the outside of the station or whatever that place is, but it's not in the jail side that they meet at. It's a place like a room all like this.
Oh, damn.
I want to say I literally lived my life in prison, so I know these things.
You live your life in prison.
I go there often.
And that's
see your
supposed to be
I even go to the female side to do stuff.
stuff like
What?
I worked there now. Maybe preaching or stuff like that.
No, they make my hair and stuff.
The prisoners.
Some of them are my friends too.
Martin, not there.
Based on where Abuja will carry Kuje, Jalingo, Lafia, Jos,
You've been to all these places.
all.
That's fine.
So, okay, that means as they're posting your dad, you probably located.
We don't relocate, our house is in about you.
So you
So
just
when
go
Yes.
and visit him.
Go and visit.
Okay.
Which other place? Okay, Kuje prison, Lafia prison, Jalingo prison, Jos prison. I've not been to Enugu prison.
I know, say
When
go.
you expect.
I know. No.
See what am I doing inside? I remember we were in Abuja. Met a prisoner, a blind one. blind woman.
What?
Blind. How did she get there?
Blind.
That's what I wanted to ask.
I forgot her crime though.
But she's blind.
Yes.
Which kind of crime she won't commit?
Blind.
That's not nice.
Maybe she tells you. Some of them they tell you their stories.
They like to go that place, they break.
Daddy.
Everybody, please come downstairs.
There's one that tried to kill his stepmom.
Everybody, please
Try to what?
Very young.
downstairs.
He tried to kill his stepmom.
Why?
I don't really know the whole story.
No, wow.
Daddy just did to us today.
Hey, yeah.
Even if you have the do yes, yeah.
This your smile.
I was
No
laughing
big
also.
deal.
Well, no almost sleep today. No almost sleep today. No almost sleep.
You must unmask the angel.
Eh?
Also, this your hair fits you.
Nah, Steve, no Steve. That's like give me my mic.
Is it my
Where's you?
Morning.
He was sleeping?
Yes.
Wonder.
Yeah, I've been sleeping.
And there's not getting all this information I'm talking about. He doesn't even know what is going on.
Doesn't concern angel with Doesn't concern angel with
It's fine, though. Not sick.
Waiting concern angel with overload.
Get another one choose and the guy didn't even say
Why you don't get profile of everybody? Wow. Anyways.
another clue, option 5.
Not there for nothing.
My father did this as a cash cruise. Father just say, I'm going to use this.
Hello.
Yo! Agent of the fathers.
Father they did that. Father don't this is the second time father want to use us as cash cruise. That day for God knows.
Alright,
Father use us. This night, this one I no go work.
This night, my tap.
one last clue.
My father.
This one, we agree stay for this last clue.
I support you.
Say with
We agree stay for this.
You can give me.
We agree stay.
But that is for this. One last clue.
Let's go.
What was the last word Dr. Paul Eneche said before leaving the house? Anybody that guesses right? Stays.
You don't even know when this comes up. You don't even know catch grades.
When he thought, now the one he thought for door.
What was the last word he said before
We should answer it now. We should write it down.
You can write it down.
Is there a time range?
Can we answer now like this?
You
say write it down.
Is there a clause?
Because man, there's a way he expressed it. That's the way I want to express it.
Write it down. Or CVO personally, I'm telling you.
2 weeks ago.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's the last clue.
Can you say his action?
Immunity.
You say what he said, he says his action. Because I remember he came to lay out on me and witness.
The instruction was clear. What was the last word Dr. Paul Eneche said before leaving
Like
the house?
She doesn't know. That's why she's raising her.
If she knows, she goes up her hand.
Should I talk?
No talk. I don't know. Write it.
No, because the way I want to express it is the way that he
So we're even collecting our money from the share. You won't do that.
But what if I did not get it wrong?
She will not do that. You did fight for share. You did fight for share to look collect attention. Come talk.
I beg, give me a buy round. I know that, but I'm the first to write it too.
The only thing I can remember the wife said was, I see how people are dressed at home.
No, that is the first thing.
Yes.
Who get buy round there?
That was the wife.
That was the first thing she said. Now, yeah. Somebody help me. In a one way I go out.
They asked me. Nobody will give you free. Asking me, answer yourself.
Which kind of enemy I get?
Until you asking me, you asking me.
I won't write first. I don't get that.
The fans are there to scrutinize it. such a hard as you know.
See, ended. Your day, no one. I day my day. See, any day where the matter reach more, going with go. What's happen now?
If that's all those copy, they talk, you know, what today again?
No, I don't write that one.
That day we didn't write though. That day they
No, that day we didn't write. Me have to write my own. God to visit, I don't allow people to see.
I'm not interested in it.
He said you people shall not fail your generation.
Is that what you said last?
That was in the middle.
In the middle.
Be careful. Because he said a lot of things.
He said
When
so
he
many
came back
things.
after he
When
checked
he
them,
was
when he was leaving, he was talking from there.
my word, nobody else was saying.
That time everybody was on the floor.
So how the fact that they want to know what him last message?
Because they watch him now. He's a father. He can watch the video as many times as possible.
And they were the one even in charge of production.
So what thing you want to do?
Sorry, that's my plastic.
You want to express it?
Brother, you don't carry on.
And this one said,
I expect it well.
this one said some people go know, they don't go know. I see blessed say I don't think. I don't
I
know.
don't even want things. No,
She go think, she don't go tell anybody.
Mama,
Keep
come
on
and
to
tell
yourself.
us now. No be your papa be that. Come tell us wetin you talk.
I was in the spirit that day.
Everybody
Was in the spirit in the last day.
And the last day,
And
yeah.
it's like the way it ended now, he ended I didn't
Impartation.
wait for people individually.
When the last week
We didn't even know when he finished. He came back here.
And so the last, who is the last person?
When he left, we did not know.
That is the last one.
We stood up to
Now
see
you be the
him.
last person, viewers. Now you be the
I
last
didn't even
person.
know when he left.
I didn't know when he left.
Now you supposed to
But
know.
if I'm
Because now you
allowed to
dey here.
guess.
Now you dey here after he
I
hug
know
you. After he hug you, before he can't go. So you supposed to hear wetin talk.
When I did blast him.
Was he the last person?
Loud.
Yes, now he was
He didn't say the
here.
last word.
All the
Last
people that came, he's
sentence.
always staying here.
The last word.
Right sentence.
Now you supposed to know the person wetin he talk.
Let's say God bless you.
This one just the use of catch please.
See that I go beat
God
you.
bless you.
You don't think that. I bet some listen to
I
father.
said if God bless you, then
I don't like
bless
it. Some to father. I bet.
Is there any risk for
I think
submitting
if
what
God
you do not say?
bless you, that means
No negative marking.
Eh.
For this last one.
I bet
So
so
you can
father.
write anything you want to write now.
Make father just I don't get am. May I stay outside. Make my heart down.
Rose won't go right to me. Won't come down. Go right down. Rose.
But not good or right.
No, I didn't hear.
VOF, now you're supposed to know. Former emeritus VOF. Now you're supposed to go. Now you stay here. You stay here when he who your hands Second week now. Dr. Paul Enesha came on the 4th of June.
Now that one,
Well,
I
they don't say
remember.
date.
Now that one, I
They
matter.
don't say the
Father,
date.
man, at least give me small half.
Now that one matter. I know the date. I know the joke.
I bet go submit to father. I bet my body no fit.
Because no negative marking. That's why I rush right.
No, the father will call him.
Let her even answer his answer.
If negative marking,
It ended in impartation.
I don't go house.
He imparted on us twice. If I forget anybody, but I can't forget myself, greatness, Stephen and VOF.
No, let me not.
4 of us, I can't forget. Because after imparting us, he came back again to us.
again.
Then also imparted on Stephen. Then I remember when he was hugging you, when you knelt down.
He said
Before,
something.
he now said, he now made a
He
statement.
met us 3 times, twice.
Twice, yes. He now made a statement and left because they were in a hurry. But that time all of us were in the spirit. That's why Father go pick when we dey spirit. Come say no, come get them. So if you can get it, it's for your luck.
No worry.
It's not an individual stress.
No, no, no.
It's not hard. I say something simple, sir.
I don't submit. I bet.
Now guess what? Who just like now guess what?
I'm not even more bother guess.
How you get to say? Nah, guess what?
It's like he said there's a shift. There's a shift happening.
Baba right hand. No be true.
If that one is the spirit, you get it. That one is your own.
Right hand.
I heard there's a shift in the spirit.
That was your own spirit.
You just the liquor and the liquor.
I said they sleep before.
Orange take it.
Why are you unsettled? Why are you unsettled?
I'm taking orange. How is
Man, I
that?
give you one. I won't know.
They didn't even say the orange is for her. You know, so you got to take one.
Abiel.
They
Don't
said
take
it's for
much.
her.
That's all. That is tangerine.
They said it's for her.
No.
Keep over
They
constipation.
never said so. It's even a lot.
She's the one that is pregnant.
When I wait with you were talking.
No.
Drink. You're not
The one
affecting
that
what.
made the order.
Let her take it.
But when you make
God
up your
bless
own,
you.
as I bring for,
They don't let me finish
they don't
my
let me
orange.
finish the
You
definition.
know when people drank out of that orange?
I don't think count.
The only thing you say that he have drank a reasonable number.
Amount.
So all of them now.
Let me drink a reasonable.
Is he drinking?
Me have drunk.
Now wow.
If
Let's
that is
drink
the
orange.
Wait, you don't go take orange then.
I don't think like.
You don't take like 2.
That's why Fel be angel. She just dey make
This
mistake.
one.
She dey touch, she dey say no touch. She don't be angel. Angel don't feel touch anyhow.
I don't know now.
If
It
you
was
finish
inside
prayer.
fridge. I don't know. I'm not come.
If I watch this thing for YouTube,
they think waiting.
you gonna see Funaya every night. Big rats, 2 a.m., 3 a.m.
They don't confess before now.
Inside that kitchen.
Who is that partner?
Where are you? Especially that Ayodi. Where are you?
Who is that partner?
She had a partner.
No, I don't do the
And then they empty
How
their
did
own.
you see? I don't ransack. I've never joined an ransacking.
Kishi, you can deny here. Can never deny in the kitchen. Don't
No,
have to
actually,
before.
That's why anybody
you do this
Be
seeking
very careful.
and I eat it. So she
Listen very careful.
Wilfred is our policeman. He stand and watch guard over us. But Wilfred also always eats out of the things that can us.
I will tell her for kitchen and when they give you orange, I said, and she ate it and gave to the man. And they both became, and they both became, and their eyes are open.
If I was to bring the bread out, I don't say if I bring let's eat. I also remember that wait go. Father is watching. A whole loaf of bread had not been cut before.
And then wait this lady. I say I want to talk this. You don't have you if you are here. It does not make sense. Should that bread get bad and spoiled?
She really talk and sneeze.
It does not make sense. If I won't share and give some set of people one slice or 2 slices, it don't make
Now
sense.
they do like that one, they give some set of
It
people.
don't make sense.
So when they
That bread don't
downstairs
spend
go chop,
almost
so
1
when
week for
they
them.
downstairs go chop, who no go chop.
It doesn't make sense.
Is it when it's
That's it now. Remember,
No,
let's do chef
before
life.
they enter kitchen,
Before
they
we
wait,
come
they
and
pressurize the
Mona share.
Tomorrow morning, we
kitchen,
go
and
to
they
the
don't share. They
breakfast.
don't pressurize person, they go and give them.
It's not going to be enough.
Two slices.
It doesn't.
To spoil.
That is it.
I said it should not be breakfast, maybe lunch.
Me na this night.
All those times when people dey complain say they don't give, just take everybody take one slice.
I will carry my
It's
one
better that way.
See,
than
it's
get
boys.
bad.
Me and if not for don't chop that bread, but now me just use fear of God say we fry to the non
This
ginger.
girl for don't chop am.
If
maybe una for don chop am to the
house,
house.
for don't chop
This
am.
girl for don't
Chop
chop am.
another 10 mark. Come on.
I'm not sure say man
Father
go
no
dey
fit
attached.
pursue me because of
Okay. They fit comot 10 mark.
I'm not sure anything concern food, anything concern father without.
You know when that's the
Bible say, they say some no Bible.
Papa, they no tip your this
They
thing
say
again. Father no
2 times.
Father no sell us for wetin that for that kitchen.
I don't
I never wait when I go back home.
I
I go shake that
Self
beat, who
control.
collect that thing? 2 times chop
But
my.
any day we won't go beat me.
They chop your own, they chop
Even
am.
like this,
The person
na
do that
the
thing today, I
self-control
no like
dey
that.
I don't know who go do that thing for.
You say
Get
no,
mind.
no, Oja, no,
When we
no,
dey do
no,
drama
no,
rehearsal, chop am twice. Chop am big
It
girl own.
don't just make sense.
It don't make sense so. Something
I
wey
said the person did it intentional.
intentional.
It wasn't that I don't know it's my
After complaining, I see where she when I went back after like 20 minutes again, do it again. They break Canton 2 again. Whether the person chop am inside fridge. After I chop my fridge,
But jokes apart from the fact that this is funny, that is a really terrible article.
Exactly.
Who go get my little chicken? Who actually get my get and we dey pray, they speak in tongues, we dey do this kind of thing. Still, it no be money, no be food, no be.
So long
I
as
go
you
to
don't
yesterday, today na 23. I go shake am.
This is a
So
Christian.
long as not be your own, you think you
After
collect
that time you went
A
to
Christian house we dey
it's your own. Now.
If person suppose we
I came to complain say something like 2 half.
They go go take
I
it.
go put am for freezer.
But the second one,
the house wey we dey.
And I take it again from the fridge back. We are for the freezer 2 kwa. I should have taken it. That person fridge. That's it from the freezer. Put back in the freezer. The person go for the freezer tear half.
I see this thing.
The person dey target me for this house. No, the person also enter
I
me
don't
get
dey remember food.
But jokes
This person
apart,
dey
say,
wetin I do need na water.
Abigail.
And that time they go give everybody 3 water. I go carry my own
I
tear
will pay them.
for the
Jesus
night.
will dey
Keep
cover
am
am.
before I go
I will
come
pay them.
out. I don't
It don't make
some dey
sense.
believe say anything wey dey fridge na everybody.
I'm
o.
telling you.
It's not everybody so something dey
Even the water.
The truth
Why
is,
do you think I
all of
Even
us
if
dey.
it's everybody's own, why would you take what you didn't put there?
That is what I'm thinking. Like maybe you have that
That's
mentality
stealing.
that is separate.
Let's not
Bro,
say
you know why the thing pay me?
You know keep something.
You know why it pay me?
Collect.
Because you
don't
choose
keep
to
something, you don't
vocalize it.
collect It's as simple
Do you know
as
many
that.
of us who have kept things there and we go back and we don't see
Exactly.
it? We don't just want talk. The person has been doing it.
Doing it.
That's how the person get the audacity to do it.
And this one pay me because I just talk am for when all of us
What
dey
you
here.
call that date again? 23.
Today 23rd.
And we go YouTube go watch am. You must catch that person.
As they talk, the person supposed
Sorry,
to say
sorry,
hi and meet
24th
up.
day, 24th day,
So the
24th day.
person did not talk.
It don't make
The
sense.
person supposed to just say hi.
Some
Like,
try to
Exactly,
for
I
freezer.
got a meal at the age.
Amala, you know that rice yesterday. If you say I ate it, I'm not put inside fridge. So I ate it and they say, I'll say, you left the rice.
So we just come open something, I will get this one, get this one. Carry this, put am for microwave. They chop.
If I don't stop, I should for it.
I wanted to eat. There was somebody that left rice.
strangle you.
Okay, you're the one. Before to get there,
She came to ask me,
Amala that
"Can you
stopped me.
pray for me?" You had your
But
own
that's criminal.
leftovers.
Now they stealing without even asking.
Wait,
Why you
wait,
go chop
that
wetin
was
you
like-
steal?
Wait, let me explain.
No explaining.
Number
Why
one.
don't you eat your leftovers? Somebody else.
No, I wanted to join the two of them together.
Now you-
I was hungry.
It
And
doesn't
so
still
many
matter.
things.
No,
Meaning what?
and the other one was to
Justify
eat
the act.
because it's rice and beans. Tomorrow that rice and beans, I don't
Don't
put it.
spoil it.
Are you
Am I
keep
the one
am?
that
You
put
won't
it?
justify
Am I not the
yourself.
one that put it in the
It's
thing?
still
You would have spoiled.
Your
You would have
rice
rice
and
and
beans, not-
something you have thought. What are you saying? Rice and beans that they cook since when?
If you are-
And you have touched it.
if
You would have spoiled, John.
if
What
you
are
How
you
be
saying?
you keep am? That's the major
And the
thing.
one that
Let
has
it
him and put it in
spoil.
the fridge. This of that rice and beans would have spoiled.
Wait.
And I bet you will not be able to eat it this morning.
It is the
Eh.
person.
How you no go
It
take
is
it?
even the
Make
person.
the go chop am.
Okay, we get
And
your
you waste
point.
When they cook the
But should have made an announcement to the whole house. Who get this beans and rice?
No, as I asked Amaria, Amaria said, I thought it was for Amaria. She now said she's not the one.
But she came to ask me, so I said I didn't leave.
And after that, no, I thought it was for
The
Amaria.
one is not justified because he has everybody. And he has everybody. That's not justified.
And I don't eat it now. For me, I'm just saying that the person that kept it,
Who is not
it was a selfish attitude because if you leave it there, it will spoil. And they will throw it. It will spoil. Rice and beans, rice and beans, rice and beans, and you have touched it already. So it will be stale. What are you saying?
She has a
I
point.
wish I now would have leave it
She
there.
has
Would
a
have
point
seen.
though. You get because of the rice and beans.
And you have touched it already,
It would
sir.
have been stale.
Abba.
My Indomie,
Abba.
I forgot it there. That Indomie would have
Because I put it inside
It was
fridge.
still I went to warm it later at night and he ate it.
So that's what I was telling Amaria.
You know, man,
The
my own be
person
say
that was
now
around
we
one
freezer.
self.
Wait
We have
till
finished
was-
No, that
prayer.
your own. He buy different
We have finished
Where
prayer.
she
It
dey
was
talk.
still there.
That food would have spoiled
Thank
the
you.
night not put in the inside fridge.
If I had eaten it maybe before prayer time ahead. But after prayer, I looked at and the person still left it on top there. After I thought it was even for one of us
Around
that
2, 3.
prayed. So I had to see Amaria eating her own at night.
2.
Yes,
It's late
now.
now.
And
The
I
person
went
will
to
not
meet
go and eat it
Amaria.
at that time.
And I met Amaria and said, I thought it's even your own. After prayer, you eat it.
We don't supposed to
And
look
let
for
it look for
us.
it
We
now.
are seeing that the
But
chances that it will get
be
spoiled
spoiled.
is
You
high.
throw it away. That's what me I want
At
to
2
say.
a.m.
And that's way.
If it not spoil
When
by-
somebody
if
wants
you
to
never
eat,
spoil by
you now keep your
so
food.
what
What
is
is
it?
spoiled?
Spoil by time.
Even Rose, where is Rose? Rose will not eat her food. She will spoil. So that it will not spoil. She will let them keep saying, give somebody else my food.
Yeah, but it's okay now. She
That's
didn't eat
until
it. She
she
kept
says
it.
No,
that's
she
what-
want to
the
justify
point is
No,
you
me, I'm
not
saying
keep
the
food,
person
don't
that
eat
kept that
it.
food. That
Leave
if
it
I had
there.
not put it in the fridge, I pressed my right hand.
Leave it there.
That means no go
Well,
spoil.
that's
Like
what
that's
I'm
your
saying.
own.
It's your
Put
passion over here.
me Camilo inside the cupboard there. You know when they only share this?
Yes, now.
I just saw it.
What are these people telling me?
But I just still want to track it.
No
The
greed.
person
I don't agree with it. That rice would have spoiled and you would have thrown it away. That was my point. So even if I had eaten it,
But
the
your
person
rice-
cannot tell me nothing.
If like your rice was a lot,
I bet no eatable
so
food.
if you are eating it,
My dear, don't eat somebody.
No eatable
least you
food.
would have done is say, I will
Unless you
go-
don't
Because
Don't
if
be
you pay
justify
me the
am.
next money, say that is
God is
waste.
not justified.
You
That
eat
is
yours,
not-
my sister. You can't justify it.
It's not
Stop
justified.
this
And how much of it-
thing. Come be you keep am. Let's not make this. Let's not compound this.
But all I know is that food, if it has
Assuming you
that
told
money, it
everybody.
should have paid me. That's why I put
Because
it in the fridge.
because you were
What do you
hungry.
mean?
And it's true. We
You
don't
have
throw away
paid
food
me.
though.
Would have,
We
and
don't
somebody's
reach
hungry.
up. We don't throw away
What
food.
do you mean? I would have eaten that food and nobody have any right to tell me shit. Because if by 2 a.m. I ate the food, 2, that food would have spoiled. I would have eaten it. If I don't have my food, I would have eaten that food and nobody have any right to tell me nothing.
But wait, who collect my chocolate?
Well, I mean, I had my own. I had my own now.
No,
It's not me
no,
that-
no,
I had my own. What do you call it?
Pancake.
I probably get my pancake inside.
Why I brought this up is that if I had eaten your pancake, I would have said, hey, John, sorry, why? You cannot kill me. If I had eaten that rice, you can't kill me. There's nothing you can do. You only
Yeah, you
eat-
go say now you they keep food fast.
Eat my food. I cannot kill you. I'm going to only dig. I cannot do anything.
So you cannot kill us.
That's
as
what
the
we are
most
saying.
likely
You
to
find
chop.
yourself with the fact that nobody will do anything.
Anytime when you collect
So
what
you
you
can
don't
actually
get.
And I'll justify myself because I'll tell the person 2 a.m. If I had left the food the next morning, it
Wait, if
would
not,
have spoiled.
You know go spoil.
no, we're not talking about reason. Yeah, we're talking
Ross,
about
no reason there.
right and wrong. The act itself. It's not right to eat someone's food.
See the way
You have
your
good
rice
reason.
Just leave it.
You have good reason for
They
doing
are
it, but
complaining
it's not
about
right
yours,
to
but you
take
don't want to
what you
accept
didn't
yours.
keep there without permission.
What about you eat
You know the person
just
that
that moment
ate
when you eat
their
and the
food
person
today
walks down.
The person that ate his pancakes today would have said, I am hungry.
Exactly.
And this person
Do
just
you know
kept
why
it
that
there.
person now became a thief? As they say, who ate my pancake? Oh, sorry.
sister,
I saw it there.
When you took it, you know it wasn't yours. You were a thief.
Yeah,
by natural configuration. Let's not justify anything. Because you say sorry. Sorry, you don't need to replace anything. If I'm hungry, I came back from my food. You don't eat them. You be thief. You're sorry, you don't feel my stomach. Let's not get it.
If said person, pastor is
talk or no talk.
God, let's take it. Like me now, personally. Nothing concerns me if I don't keep something anyway.
That's the truth. That's the attitude.
It's that simple.
That's the first thing.
That's the attitude there.
Even if you want to eat it, you come and ask. Before you take it, I was not hungry.
I still stand on my ground that yesterday food.
If I consider.
You tell me nothing and it's not stealing. That is rice and beans. That is wasting of
Let's say
food.
you're very hungry to the point of death and you eat it, fine. Then the person who kept
Nobody
it there
can
said,
tell me nothing.
where is this thing? You should be the first
And I'm
to
justified
identify
for
that
eating it.
I was
Something
the
that
one.
would have spoiled.
That's the second point she just raised.
So when did you
Agreeing
keep
to
this
the
thing?
fact that
No, it's like you
I
kept
ate
it
it too.
safe. You kept food careless
That's why
inside
he
this
was
thing for
angry.
you. I like to
They
spoil
ate
it.
his
I'm
pancake
telling
the
you
first
now.
time.
Do you know
The
you
person
have
kept
lack of
quiet,
content?
ate it again.
Exactly, not lack of self-control.
Nothing like self-control. Nothing like investment. I don't like wastage.
My sister, you thief. You will not be wastage.
If Naira and she ate yesterday in the night here, was it little tiny rice or a lot of rice?
Mom,
I'm saying, like she ate here. It's not to keep you, no matter how hungry you are.
Okay, she said she added
Let
rice.
go.
So leave Kishi to be talking shit. Let me tell you something. That rice that is there would have spoiled if I had left it
So
there.
we should not be complaining if
It would have spoiled. What are you saying? Like say you know the food.
Now they tell
Rice
you
and beans,
and
you leave it there. Something
you
have
punch tiger, you know go
What are you
spoil.
saying?
I'm saying
When they get chopper.
It will be stale.
You
You
are
wait to
justifying
you
the
would have
bad
put it in the
attitude.
fridge.
You are
It's a lie. I'm not
justifying
giving
If
you
you go
my
spoil,
bad
you go
attitude.
don spoil
I'm
before
telling
you
you
put
that
am for
that is wastage.
As at 2, you
Wastage.
not
By
spoil.
2 a.m.
You
you
not
must
spoil
find
by
a chopper.
2.
Put it
When
in
they
the
chop
fridge.
the food.
Because I want it.
Person wey better when he say chopper.
kept our food like semo there.
Eh.
Inside the freezer.
No.
That's semo now. That's semo. That is
really?
not
So
semo.
why should I sell it?
And
So need it.
what are you saying? And that's semo. They will still carry it later and put
I'm
it in the
still
fridge.
saying for that night, I could have gone there and said
Somebody wey get this ideology wey you
The person
get
for
now.
eat it.
No talk say the same go spoil.
You know why I don't eat the semo that
You
night?
know why
I
there
don't
will be no
soup
problem
at
because
all.
you dey eat people
They will
food
eat
at
it.
ease.
I don't
So
care
you
what
don't
you
get
say,
the problem.
but I still stand my ground that if I had eaten that food last night, nothing. Let me explain to you.
Our food
Yesterday,
there.
rice and beans.
Wait,
Wait, let me explain to you. Rice and beans.
I kept
Let's eat rice and beans. Let's cover it in that
And since
place.
that day, stop eating
Remain in your
leftover.
house.
I
Me,
will
I
try
covered my
that
own.
and go
I was
to
thinking
church.
after prayer.
I was saying,
the
I
one
don't
the
need
person
to
that get it, they will
I
eat
thought
it.
it's a problem.
So
Give me lips.
after prayer, that was around
Why
1
must I feed myself to the
I still saw the food
and then they
there.
complain
I
and
was
say,
like, who let this food here? And I thought of Amaria, and I said, who let the food? And the person did not even carry it and come and put it in the fridge. And it's rice and beans. So I was like, I thought for Amaria, I wanted to eat it. But Amaria now say, no, she's not the one. I now carry the food and put it in the fridge for the person. So I'm now telling them, no way they were not talking of this pancake thing. I was now telling them that rice and beans yesterday, I would have eaten that rice and beans and nobody would tell me any rubbish. So I'll tell you, I ate
Mind your words.
because that food, I say,
I'm
nobody will tell me any. It's true, nobody will tell me it's
What are you
or
doing?
contentment
Let
or
me
this thing.
wait, you said
and I'm still saying it again. I cannot spoil. I live in
I'm
school.
saying that
So it's not every time I'm always having my food. I go to school in the morning, come back at night. Morning till night. I go to school again, come back 7 p.m.
They justify what are you doing?
My food does not get fault. It does not get bad.
Are you saying if you are saying if you don't
Okay, we accept that you kept it in the fridge.
exactly
That's
that
why
would
you
make
didn't
sense. But you saying you will eat it, you
And
are
it's justified. I like it.
Yes,
I don't agree.
Thank you. Let's deal with
the
the
father
attitude
said it's
first.
covered.
Let's deal
You
with the
now
attitude.
opened it.
Let's deal with the attitude.
Come on.
Let's deal with the attitude. Let's not deceive ourselves. Let's deal with the attitude.
It's because you have good heart. That's why you kept it in the fridge. That's all.
For keeping it in the fridge, kudos.
Thank you. Kudos. For eating it.
Eating it with the hope of coming to say I ate it.
That's wickedness.
The person, what is
And you
wrong
ate
with the
your own,
person's
left
food?
it
The
as-
person didn't eat
was
it,
there.
left it on the slab.
Come on.
If I like put my food here, you don't concern me.
No, that was
I remember the best way
unfortunately went to bed and forgot.
You know what we say? Don't you keep food? You keep food now.
I kept my
When you are
own.
keeping
Somebody
it, no, it is not every time you keep food in the fridge.
Because I was
Is it
in
not stress? Semo?
Imagine
Semo-
no
Semo
apart
is not
from
put
Semo,
in
wait,
the fridge.
imagine tomorrow now you cover your food the
And
way
I
you
was
used to
not
cover your
giving
food and I
my
should go there and
husband
eat
that
it and tell you
That day
you
that I
left
had
it.
to sing. Is it not the next morning I made my custard? I put my beans in the fridge.
What are you even justifying? Strength.
I was
You
justifying
wait till you
it.
go. Because the way you apply strength, I don't even understand your point.
So Anambra State now jungle justice o.
Go on, say you don't chop.
Man, give for like they use some bomb.
Me and I'm saying today I didn't say it. No, you cannot kill me.
Oh God, you just the hate. You the hate.
Nobody can kill me. You talk to
Who them say, Rose give me up gospel. I should have there and they find the thing on top of them. I put food there, I don't see her. I can't see her beside fridge.
Eat that food as well. Oh, you can say.
If we
No, I can't. You can't.
the truth is, if people want to bring out some
No, before, have I even ever eaten anybody's food? But I'm telling you this one. I'm telling you this one.
That means you
I'm not
eat it.
careful on this matter.
That's an evidence that you keep eating.
I'm talking like Daniel. I'm not careful on this matter. Oh, Kishi.
If they catch you,
Nothing. Nothing. Nobody can do anything. Catch
Stop
me.
now. You see passion when you talk about
The
it.
day if I give you a
right.
I will shop you in 3 days. You don't go chop for you.
Nothing. Nothing. Nobody can do anything.
Why do they talk like this?
you go chop person food and everything.
You know if you chop my food. If I don't say that you chop, if one day they rude. 3 days you don't go chop for this
No,
one.
the color is too much now.
I could possibly sit down for that zone where you make your food laugh.
Oh, it's okay. Don't
But wait, let's
Something is burning.
let's think about it. Who chop my meat pie?
We don't know. We don't go. Nobody will say chop.
And the intention was not to allow it to waste. That was not the intention. He might have forgotten that he dropped the food there. I remember
Was
I
the
told
food
you don't
covered?
eat that
The person
food.
might not even be hungry.
It's an intentional
The
keeping.
person might keep it for even the following morning.
The one where we chop this morning, don't be found with that.
That's seven. Do you know how many semo we kept in the fridge for people?
For how many days?
Even pastor zone. I should not eat it and be like, they left it. They let all my
No, wait,
She's not talking about
keep
fridge
my
now.
own o.
She's saying that
I
the
know.
chances of it getting spoiled.
Na me keep man for free.
is
If I don't chop,
high.
I dey keep man
But
for
we are
free.
saying, despite that,
It didn't
it still
even
not
spoil.
justify
Not
you
even
eating it.
spoil.
what you did by putting it in the fridge
was good.
Okay. But eating somebody else's go. You
Wait,
go
Roman,
vomit
don't tell
down.
you what.
You go vomit down.
Which brings us to the fact that what we're actually trying to correct here is the act of taking
What
something
is not
there
yours?
and consuming it.
It's been the real curry. They do me 9-9 for water. They go share water 3. I go carry my 3. Each one, I go tear the thing. You go come, the water go develop the strength. Come on. Not once, not twice, not thrice.
Abigail, when Pastor
Ah,
came
God
here
have
and
mercy
talk
on
about
me.
pancakes, that
Was
time,
yours
did you
still
see yours?
The first time, yes, it was there.
So that means
He
the
went
person
back.
went back.
Ate yours.
That's your own.
And ate his
The
own.
first time I went and picked from mine, it was still there. The second time when you came and complained, I went, the plate was removed and put on top of the fridge and it was empty.
Who do that thing?
Nobody go
Just
gree.
go for the freezer.
Nobody go gree say
Why go put back?
If we don't address this thing now, it will continue happening, and it's not a good thing, even for the integrity of the show.
Since Samaria came, she can attest to the fact that like 3 times, one full water, tear, don't develop legs. She's there. And put this one. Man of God, I go inside, make I just brush off. Before I come and open up, I call and say, water develop leg. It was so annoying.
It's not a good thing.
And everybody collected their 2
What are we
that's
preaching?
like 15
Then what are we preaching? What are we teaching?
And the
You
worst part
understand?
is
So
that
let's attack the
nobody go
attitude
be
best.
explain na him do am.
Forget the food. Food is not.
That's why I said that.
Nobody will say chop food
First of
with each
all,
other here.
first of all, eating it is very wrong, but
Eating it and not admitting that you
no,
ate it.
let's just even say eating it first of all is wrong. But under the circumstances of the house, it could be understandable. But what is so wrong is the admittance when an alarm is raised.
Bro, nobody will admit.
Who ate this thing? You
Because-
should be the first person. I
Na
didn't
me,
know.
oh.
I beg, look,
Na
I
me,
won't
oh,
die.
no
Who will
vex.
kill me?
What happens
You should have
to
told me
ask
now.
rather than
But for you to
like
be quiet, that one I be the
But this
ultimate
silence, you
thief.
don't make sense.
Wait.
That's the ultimate
The
thief.
most
Me,
ultimate
I'm not like, I'm not even like, I'm not buying for
because
the
you put
idea.
the freezer. I keep am for
You don't
freezer.
do understand.
No,
Okay,
no,
I
no.
come
So that one is painful.
That first one was blessing that took us.
Let's see on is in the fridge and it's on top of the
let's
table.
not
She
your
cut
own.
yours thinking
So
it
it's
was
not the
hers.
second one.
You
No,
get
that
it?
first one. It was
He's
not
not complaining about the first one.
No,
The
the
second one.
That
You
changed
know,
position.
he raised an alarm.
No more
He
talk.
said,
I
"Don't
changed
worry,
time.
it's not
No more
your
talk.
job."
You put am for freezer now.
He wasn't
They
still.
still go
I
freezer.
still tell am don't
And
go
I
freezer.
see this one for the first
People
one.
are
One
very
person
good.
was
That first one no be stealing. I'm just thinking about
Eh, but the person hear am
the
say,
person here. Now, if you say the person me you,
He can't go abbreviate
he
the one where they
he
freezer.
talk that first time. He just copy and paste.
How the person don't go change my own? There are many.
They watch you. Because the person they
No,
See, the person do that in an angel, and the angel I do that too.
Make to provoke me.
If I remember an angel when they do this thing,
To provoke me. But I want to see.
"You,
If I see that angel, you go go
No,
confess.
what concern pancake and angel?
But wait, is it possible that an answer that could have?
wait, hold on."
You did just that.
No, but wait,
Some of us
think
did it.
about all of us were here.
I like.
My
People
sister,
always going
you
here.
know
When
go
we
know
ask
when
him.
people come. Una just
People always
know.
going here when we ask him. When he was there,
As we dey talk now,
when
Ayo
was
dey
there,
there. When don't come
some
out
boys
now.
going back here. That is doing
Abigail
dancing,
don't
making
come out.
noise. You
So
can't
many
know.
people that
The
have
person chop that thing.
time.
See what the person do. He open am for inside the fridge so camera no go see. He chop everything.
I think so.
Close am, close am, come out. Nobody go see. Even viewers no go understand. Wetin this person for there? I dey tell you.
Maybe they cool in head. In head they hot.
Pastor say na, wait, VOF, wait.
Omo now I because they hungry now. The thing
Sometimes
enter
I
am.
not eat my food because I wanted to
one of
have
them,
fun.
and I do this thing for this house. We fed up first knock me one akpako before. That day na for Milo. I just keep my Milo hang am for chef.
No, we were there. We felt
No, everybody did it.
No, he no first talk o. He no first talk.
No, before you came, he told
No,
me.
you come here already.
He no first talk. When I first ask.
I was eating.
I first shout. He no first
Before
talk.
you even came, he told us
Me and first
that
talk.
this CEO.
As you dey ask,
Who kept it?
Mama no first go there. I think the person I was there
Say,
facing.
ba,
When VAR asks,
I first ask.
he no talk.
He no talk. I first dey shout say, I think na when I come back.
Because I dey try know whether na the
It's
same
the-
cup I carry. Now you see they talk about. Now when you come back, na for the okay na the same cup you dey talk
But
about.
this one is
And
different.
immediately I tell you say,
The
Baba,
fact
na I dey talk.
take
I
two
And my point is,
had to tell straight
But
up.
this my own.
Baba, na I
The
dey
same
chop.
cup where we
It's
see
na that cup
I
wey you
see
dey talk
am.
o.
I see the cup.
Na here I dey chop so.
This one is a
straight.
different context.
my point is, this thing don't dey happen long for this house. We need to address this thing. Like that Wilfred own now.
Now when the men 4 days to go home.
My brother, leave the address. This
We-
one where we
At the end of the
their
day, he say.
address.
At the end of the day, he say, ah,
This
I
thing,
eat am.
somebody will
Now,
just
now the
do
this
that
thing be
like
this.
Jessica, I just-
The other ones,
It's
the
a
other
serious
ones.
matter. I think it's a very serious
The
matter.
people they say, okay,
It's
see,
not a joke.
now me eat the food though. Now the plate be this. Now the rice be this. They don't eat person food once or twice for this.
Well,
house.
I say na we no wan complain as this guy
People know
complain
they want
today.
to talk.
But
They don't eat people food well
even
well.
my own
I know
food
they talk
once or
about
twice they don't run the level. But this continuous act, the consistency of it is becoming.
No, what is your say? All of us claim to be
And we
attitude.
need maybe
And the
I
person
don't know,
don't
maybe
think
you
he
call
gave
a
I wish
meeting.
father
Go
fit
back.
just
Make we
Cut
talk
my
about the
cake.
thing.
You know say father.
But it's not good.
Father go
Ah,
do who be the
It's not
best.
good. I don't keep food for this house almost 2
He
days.
said we should address it. What do you want to address it?
Yes, sir, you see that.
Make they just talk. Make for
You don't need to talk am. That one.
at least
Now him we dey
everybody
talk
know
so.
there now. Everybody there.
No
now.
matter.
He
He know they hear you. Forget
But
that.
nobody if the person don't sleep for
He
all.
no sleep anything. You know.
I want to know. We are not just complete yet.
The person know when him do am. So nothing wey you want tell am in the first
The
place.
point is, we need to officially address it.
When you dey take wetin you no keep, you know.
That's stealing. I don't care what anybody wants to say. If you are hungry,
Was
you
it
want
that I
to
made
eat,
an
fine.
example? I said if you keep a watch here, they take your younger and take money. That one is stealing.
Na stealing.
Take
No, na
something
two
else.
thief.
Just say, now me eat
And
am,
that
no
thing pain
vex.
me
Now you
because
get
I,
this food.
maybe you gave me
Vex.
one. I collected one for me just to add to the thing and put it in freezer so I can use that and eat.
I no even fit finish my own.
I don't see food so many times. In fact, you get my way pastor keep.
I can.
Shey na meat pie, I don't understand. You get my way. I can't go beg and say, pastor, I see wetin you keep oh. I beg, I won't collect am oh. He say no, wait oh. Later when he wanted to eat that thing, he still shared it.
This is my life.
He still brought it and he
I'm
shared
not
it.
hungry for
That's my
somebody.
reason for not remaining food. I'd rather give it to somebody.
Because you don't say they will take
Avoid
it.
this thing.
You don't
Wait,
say
they
give
don't do me
person.
for water now.
You
So
say give person your man go no
No,
say.
he taught me a lesson because that day I was so angry.
And it's not good.
But you know
Amarias notice am several times. When I go there, I go say what? oh? I go tear the thing and you remember
Two
that
hours
this
time
one.
you go come back.
You go come back. You don't
We
take
go
enough
put
left.
our that together in greatness. But na greatness only go come to.
And the best they mark anybody who want to that.
Yes.
They mark. That's after complaining. They see what I take my own. Or when I change level, change
And
the
say you
position.
go-
Can you imagine?
No, it's not.
You go prophesy.
It's not nice. oh. No, not true now. It's not normal now. It's not
Don't
normal.
joke with Elisha prophecy. 2 BS came out. 2 BS we come out from this year now. Just a person come here.
It's not normal. even to the level, say, when I know be this thing, if I won't collect something, I put me the HOT till now. Say, where is my own? Okay, like this one. I collect, and once I take that one, I'm off that place. I'm off. This is Christian gathering for crying out.
It's a Christian gathering.
That's why now why I talk say there's no need to address nothing. The person will collect and know say are the thief when he collect. Let's not act like anything where you don't keep, even a half water, ask.
Except the person they carry one fridge cover the camera. For the back.
My brother, camera plenty.
On the top the fridge, so nobody
will
camera.
That kitchen, no hiding place. For that kitchen.
No hiding place. So that place is bright. It's camera retirement.
They will pay me well.
No, that thing empty. That one empty.
It's painful
because they have to post viewer. I say it doesn't matter.
It's painful.
They give all of us the same proportion of food. I don't finish one, keep her for later.
No, I'm not even.
You eat your food,
keep my own. I give somebody.
Eat my own.
I want to say I even collected one from you.
Can you imagine?
Join them just so that I can be able to have.
Asking is better.
That's what I'm saying.
And I don't think there's anybody.
Okay, look at it. I want to drop my.
No,
Steve, he asked me, you want to do, and I said, okay, take. I give him. I say, if I come and wake up around 3, go to the for kitchen. You know that we say,
well, another thing that I've addressed before as a viewer, the eating habit of some people for this
is annoying.
It not just me.
Call my name. Just call my name.
How you take no say you there?
Call my name.
It's terrible. All those half-baked and
call my name.
Don't make sense.
Man, that's not a some people. Call my name.
What will it cost you to say, please reduce it for me?
No, sometimes you may not know. For that
sometimes
one,
you know, sometimes
you may not.
You know, VAR won't cover up because in the dark. No, I cannot cover up.
You cannot. I would say my profession is
yes.
what I decide to do in my food is my decision.
Bros, na for front of Amaria, na front of the tabola, at the test tabola, you dey pick. If you want for, if you don't want for, then I go stone you. No, you dey remember. You dey remember.
It was not messy.
There was this day.
Solo they remember.
There was this day.
We call her for rainy day.
There was this day.
Yeah, so no.
I need to say somebody in that brain now.
If they talk,
who
they remember food.
This person you
That's the point I was trying to make. Like if you say somebody,
we're not justifying what she was saying.
And we know it's wrong. It's wrong, but it's wrong.
Maybe the person go remember as you.
But now,
you go remember.
It don't happen before we roll.
Is it throwing away part that she was trying to justify?
Now they too high now. Even you open that thing, she might not even be able to see it because she go keep her for where she no go. She hang her clothes where she no fit hang them. That's her problem.
Because that person only want to eat every time. He kept me one milk. It now became so frozen for days. Why?
Maybe you should make law.
Say somebody eats that.
Whoever.
The person for don't remember. Who?
Maybe the viewer should make laws that whoever keeps food in the fridge should let the viewer know.
How many times must we put in
No, but bros, how
don't put that burden on gospel, please.
Wait. Not just gospel, any other view.
No, I'm just trying to see how we can cope because some people will intentionally
that needs
leave
to be
food there for days.
Yes, that needs to be
That was what she was trying to address.
Yeah, for
you
that
say,
my presumption is, there are lapses in this house that we've not been, our eating
That's why I said it.
habit has been
people eat in this house.
inconsistent, and let's face the fact, our food stuff and all of that stuff. So sometimes they may cook, and you might not want to eat what they cook.
Baba tell VOF.
So
some people don't call us say,
now,
why not serve my own?
No,
I don't want
what I'm
it.
saying
Or HOK.
What I'm saying is
you understand? Food will come with.
Some people keep that food for that rainy day in case they cook something they may not like to eat, so they can revert back, they can fall back.
What happens when the food has stayed there for days? What do you do?
What happens to when they now cook the one you can eat plus the one you have?
Plus the one. Thank you very much. That's the point.
So let's just balance this fast, man. Let's not have.
There's food in the fridge. Now there's fresh food for you.
They're not eating that old one.
I'm not eating that one.
Bro, if we give this one for you, we give things will be messy for that.
Take one back.
That's why I am saying what I'm saying. The HOK through the office of the HO
VOF.
That make people just
Anything that is in that kitchen, they should let them know. Let them know so that they too can monitor. This food has been here for 3
People
days.
they live
Now they tell you now.
3 spoons of rice.
Sometimes hungry will beat you. Hungry will beat you. You go open fridge, you will see, who do this food since 2 days ago here? What do you do at that time? We are talking about not justifying things. What do you do? You are now the person don't forget.
That one never reach 2 days.
You don't forget to.
Never say thank you.
You don't even forget to.
Calm down, you don't reach 2 days.
You are not saying what you read 2 days ago. I can't even remember. You understand?
I beg you.
Nah, that's same
I
thing.
can't remember. Now imagine you mention what you was scared to do 2 days ago. The person will hear you wait.
No, for 1 night. Did you ask
No,
me?
Allow that one make it spell one night
The
first.
one where don't reach 2 nights.
Did you tell the
We
HOK?
get serious for this.
That's why I'm going back to HOK.
Because last time when I was
Voice of the
HOK,
Father,
I
very
was
important.
come and look at this. And that was how Rose
See, this
Professor
house,
said
nobody
he
dey
was
lose
in and
this.
kept the bread. I
Not
was
that
angry because he was for
You think this about an offset?
I'm telling you, when fresh allegation will come out like this, they will counter that your
No
matter how we want justify am, no take wetin you no give.
That is just that's the bottom line. Don't take what is not yours.
No twisting, no English, no grammar to justify am. Onyoshi. See, for me, I don't get time for this twist and turn. Don't take what is not yours. Ask. Find out who owns that thing. It's better. It's more honorable.
They will still shock me.
No, they mean you.
They shock me.
Now today be your day.
I be fan of same person.
No, not even only say this my day. I mean,
Let's
I'm
shake
not
this
your day
for
now.
generally.
enter from back door. Bring their license.
People they come out that time your mind no dey.
Maybe na not who will raise Nigeria up. Everybody focus. They don't see us on camera.
The only time you can have the 15 of us here without a movement and
No, you understand? Because it has not happened like this before.
if I want go piss for my room, you won't follow me.
It has not happened like
Let me
this
say
before.
use this
But he
one.
said
They
the
did
only
it
time
twice in a short time.
He said the only time that something happens like that, don't worry about it.
This thing was too fast.
You understand?
It was just so too
That's
fast.
why it's supposed to fast. Because the person dey very
Our
fast.
people know they do
Person when they
like
collect
this.
wetin
Food,
Amaria,
but
person
this
when they
video
collect
shock
wetin
me.
you no keep dey very fast.
It shocked me.
It's faster than the person wey keep the thing because person wey cough because cut small.
Na person wey dey see you say you know they see and I do this thing.
In
Of
truth,
course.
this today was very.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
It was too sweet.
fast.
Was too professional.
Complaining maybe aggravated the person. Okay, you complain
It
before.
pained him because of the swiftness and the accuracy.
And he came the first time. You get, even though he was not stealing the first time, but at least he said something.
And mind
Then the
you,
person now came to
when we
use it.
tasted his own, because we first brought the first one we tasted, we all concluded
Loved it.
that it was really
Yeah, everybody come
So
to carry their own food for there. And then they say
So
correct.
that's the test.
You like go to they do
They
this.
use the one do
Oh, yeah, when I go raise Nigeria up again.
Wait. And I noticed my second one was now softer. It's not sitting on the fridge since. So it's not go
I think they
further.
change out.
Go be father. The person change and once he chop my ass.
They
Wait,
mean you. They
the
mean you.
person I hear him do I don't for anyway.
The person mean you.
Because some try people freezer.
See craft.
We don't block.
See
They don't
craft.
have one day soft.
Okay,
They can't shop.
can we narrow down options?
No options.
Who were the people that were here at that particular
We
time?
can't
Why
say
na they
that.
talk? How you
We
want
can't
to
say
remember?
Oh yeah, tell us who
Some
gone.
people were here.
Just tell us.
She should show their name. Ayo, Ifunaya, Steven, and one other person. And you can't say because they wanted to take utensil for
But
They went to even put their own inside
minus
freezer.
anything, not be only blessings go kitchen. She bring out 2 pancakes.
It's true.
She come.
When I asked her, she told me who she
Eh,
was. So I said she.
Even me go
Another wait.
If,
You know
a
how
lot
many
of people went to
no,
that.
only all the people that carry pancake out of kitchen today.
That's the same thing we are saying. Now, in between that movement,
That's why we're saying
transition,
it's not possible to spot who did it.
the exchange of calibration can.
But the person,
the person
my
knew.
pancake was in fridge. There were
person
2
knew
pancakes in what's the name of that thing?
My own
Tissue
pancake,
paper.
why I kept it, she not like
Somebody
rose-
keep
my rose girl.
pancake.
Why I kept
Me,
my
I put
pancake?
my own too in tissue
People
paper.
had
Another
easy
person was in
access to
tissue
it.
paper. They did not carry it.
My own was
So
in
they
freezer.
mean
That one day special.
No be the lower this thing.
Also they
They
mean
mean am.
Now that one they
they
come
mean
for.
People
you
are
and
go
Abigail.
there.
They mean you and Abigail.
I'm telling you.
My own
Now
pancake.
that one they
It
come
was
for.
easy access.
Bros.
You have stolen my
Because
I
pancake.
guess
they
you
say
also
I
now
carry
you
my
say
own.
person
Let's
wey
make
do
sure
na
you
mean
do
you.
it.
Of course.
Now outsider.
Nah.
Outsider.
It is possible though.
The person wey do am do am
Outside.
again.
I don't have a girl before.
Today.
They run
My
every
own
day.
too was
They run the home.
freeze, I mean.
You know, you still get remain.
You still
They
they
run clean plate.
Yes, they drop the plates for her.
They keep the plate. They keep the plate
Today,
today.
they got my own place for.
Yes, for top of
How do
freezer.
you get
Ah, you don't hear what you
one?
talk about.
One
That's
shot,
why I tell you,
one-
say,
They
when
run
you
her
say
own
Abigail,
plate, they
she
give her
could not
plate.
come here to cry.
They not run your own plate. They still leave.
They leave for you
Now
now.
preparation they do for you now. You know they erase everything. Keep plate.
So the person just shook.
Father was so called.
Write your
Watch.
concern down.
The yellow man
Is in the house now.
Wait. Why did father say you stay in the kitchen tonight?
Make them for no carry the food where you remain and water. Maybe they will carry
Wait,
our food. We don't
I'm
feel
playing a
good.
puzzle.
You think say na just not?
Kitchen for what?
Don't think it's
They
just.
say me we
comfortable.
find angel. It tells
that
you.
one an angel.
My brother, it could mean any other
The
thing.
robbery is not puzzle for angel.
It could be anything.
Now why men slept?
They plant something. As we come here, the things where we expect not be waiting with this year.
These people came yesterday, they were scared for me. They told them I was going to go and carry.
No, it's not yellow man though, that we get to.
Because I was wondering where you guys
With
were
the hear
coming.
another voice.
No, the prayer was echoing. So we thought
Was he echoing?
So
I was hearing other voices.
Exactly.
We say Kishi
She
don't
was
dey
here
talk to
praying.
spirit. No catch her.
Last night
Don't
around
dey-
3 a.m.
We say we dey hear
I want to
another
enter my
voice.
room.
I heard the same thing. There was
Two
another
different,
voice.
exactly.
Kishi.
We were hearing your voice.
Which spirit?
We were hearing another
By what
voice.
time? Because we prayed upstairs.
I know you
No,
prayed,
no,
but you
no,
are
no,
done.
no, no, no,
You would have been done by
no,
then.
no,
You are not praying finish.
You would have been
3
done.
a.m.
When you were
Fast,
praying, we were
3:30.
praying here.
No.
That one day different. I know that
That's
time.
around 3.
It was
But
three.
you would have done. You don't. They go sleep. I heard the
It
voice.
was
I wasn't.
I was like, why this guy?
We don't go.
No, we not.
Three of us pray here. We come dey go our room. She come dey pray our own. As
So
soon as I go,
Kishi come dey pray her own.
we come
As
dey
we
hear
come
a
dey hear
voice
one
and another voice.
They pray.
Yes.
So we had to trace the voice.
So
I just told her to go and check
as
the
we come
ladies'
dey
room
come down,
because the voice
the voice
was
come dey
giving
stop. Come dey
Thank you very much.
like say the
So
voice
we
dey
go
hear.
come because it's in only she
Because
dey pray
na
for
only
you.
Kishi. We say Kishi, are you alone?
But you hear people's voice.
Actually, no, the only thing I know that they said is that my tongue changed.
Yeah, because we could not place it. If now you dey pray, then they be waiting with a year.
The tongue I was speaking,
That was
with you
it.
guys, but not I was saying this.
You can't say that
You
anything
actually-
angel or spiritual angel or physical action.
No, that one.
They just came to scare me. So that's why.
No, it's a lie. We didn't come
The
to scare
intention
you.
was not to scare
We
you.
came to find
We
out
thought
she
maybe
was
you were not
hear
alone.
voice.
That was
If
the
not,
truth.
wetin go bring us up?
We thought she was not alone. That's how
We
we
won't
had
see
to.
her.
Our leg be do
Maybe-
pa pa.
Do you
As
know,
the
and
leg
the
do
funny
pa pa,
enough,
the
it
voice
was
comes up.
sounding like Eunice's
I
voice.
say, oh,
Shebi it sounded like
yes.
Eunice's voice.
I asked you to go and
And
check
I
the
say, is
ladies'
that
room now.
Eunice is down?
She go put here for
I go
ladies'
put here
room.
for Eunice room. I know
She
there
no be
anything.
there.
We now came down to check whether some Eunice is here with Kishi. Only to want to see only Kishi.
So what is not going on in this house?
That Kishi has
There's a
spirit
lot of
were
presence now
communicating and
here.
talking.
No, it wasn't yellow man.
No, we're
we
not
know
talking
about
yellow man. We're talking
There's a
about
lot of
spirit.
angelic presence.
Kishi
So
was
I
doing
heard the
something
voice.
here.
I was inside. I wasn't sleeping.
Just communicating with the
So
angel.
she's not an angel. They came to give her information.
I was hearing the same voice.
And
I
they
thought
asked you to stay by 3 when you were
She
gone.
don't dey come down now where we are. Kishi,
to carry you,
And your daddy
to carry
talk
you,
to
no
me.
go even there.
I'll
No,
forgive
no,
you.
no, that one is Kishi.
I was here.
Angels
Yeah, I
are
could hear
different.
yellow man.
Kishi
I was
was
here
an
for
angel.
Forget angel, yellow man. Say, maybe
I'm
that's
talking
the
of
reason she left
those
you
people
and
don't
she
reign
lost
like
it.
God.
That she left you.
No, no,
for
no,
God.
no, no.
and down, come back to the physical
And they
angel.
talk to angel of God.
We were talking about the angel of the Father.
That one they carry physical person. Now they talk. You are talking to the angel.
Yeah, that's-
The angel of God no go even interfere.
Maybe they told Kishi to stay. When people have gone, so they can come and communicate with her.
No, but when we had strictly was prayers. We didn't hear any
It was
conversation.
prayers.
It was
Praying in
the person-
tongues.
Yes, tongues. That's what I'm saying. It's angel of God. Leave angel of this thing. They talk of angel.
It was surprising, sincerely.
Yes, it means
Never
another
heard it
entity
like
was
that.
here praying too.
And then, what is the suspect?
If I even suspecting is shocking me.
Why would we not suspect it?
Who you be with?
Who they know they
Are you not a custodian? Don't be gospel pack plenty votes when they tell the accusers. So.
Can you imagine?
Why would you suspect me?
If we combine on our 2 of our votes,
Show of myself. I tell you.
Almost 11.
we don't go.
Viewers will say we were very inconsistent. Now in our thoughts, viewers don't worry. Tomorrow, where is that ceremony? We continue. We continue tomorrow. This is.
They didn't
See,
put
you're not
it
going to.
this.
Your brain's
She said,
while they were cutting their hair, they splashed my book with water.
Who was cutting?
No, I don't know. I hope it is dried by now. I'll go and check.
Just spray it out.
I think that they use water do that. They use water wash the
Water,
paper.
water where they no cover away. Come for my book, they don't put
I
up
bring
for
my
me.
this thing.
You see the way our room was messed up today. I don't even know say that my
When
room
you
they
guys
won't cover
clean
it.
the air properly,
Yes. But that one cleaning may not do it because some of them have
scattered about.
gone to their hiding places. Two more
They
sweep.
should come and carry that there too.
See, now view if you go tell.
They should come with the
For
one in the
kitchen.
kitchen.
But to remind father, he will send it to
There's
come.
even something in it. They should come and carry it.
True, don't fall. We're talking about it.
Like tomorrow it will smell. It will
That
smell.
place will be messed up.
I'm just concerned about where they are disposing those things at.
They have a bigger,
Incinerator.
yes, they have that. So they pour it in there. At least I've seen them drag it to the
Not reason. I have to be concerned. My future destiny. And my present.
Does those things really work?
Are you kidding me? I know ladies in my school that are suffering from it now. Yahoo guys.
I don't understand how they give this guy too many credence.
I'm not saying about the fact that you are affecting me. I'm just saying.
No, that's
really
what
take
face like this.
those things and use it.
Don't twist it.
I'm not twist. I'm saying people. That I'm saying. Like, I know that.
You said
They
you just said
dispose
you are
it.
concerned.
About your future. That means it can
affect.
affect you. That's what you're saying.
So why are you
Then why you concerned?
They will dispose it.
A waste.
Tell me, I know something.
It's a waste, and it's coming. It's proceeding from you. Well, I don't know how they take the word of God. Sha.
Do you have any
Yeah, I shall
money?
see. Say they should not dispose it randomly. Put it in the incinerator. You have to train it on the street. Say, because I'm a child of God. It's still proper hygiene. Still requires at least dispose it properly. Whatever you guys are discussing, I'll show you actually discussing
Go lie
things
down.
when I'm here. Wait for me to come and sit down in the middle. I am a part of this family. I was just waiting for everybody to go. It's expected me. Oh, I'm very sorry. I thought actually of this, like in this house, we are like the stable, steady family.
What I did was narrow it down to your room.
If you narrowed it out to my room, surely you know the people you suspect, not me. Do you know why?
I later realized.
Do you know why I say she got me? She's not even suspecting me.
Why now? Talk now.
I am really the most open book here. Do you think if I was the angel, I'll be stressing about the time I will go home or not? All these things the people they do. I don't stress myself over things I know that I'm going to. I don't. You should already know. So if we will be doing drama. I'm the open book here. I'm trying to say, as they are giving us tasks, that are doing the charade here, now I'm not stress myself. Because I know that angel go, angel no go, they go pay angel. That's the truth. So I'm here for the Father's blessing. I'm not here for angel duty.
But most of the people who are also called out, they've been participating, they've been involved.
That's what I'm saying. You should even pay more attention to them because they are the one trying to put other people's name in your lips.
I get what you're saying, though.
Look at the way blessing is distracting of you and saying, she's not even suspecting me because I'm suspecting her.
That's what the angels
Too late.
They knock heads together.
Oh, don't be paying me over. Tell me so. Okay.
Anyway, I already know who my angel is.
It's one of the
I've
two.
done my calculation.
Yes, it's.
For the lady too.
I'm sure it's not in my room.
I'm now
Because why it cannot be unique is because if they made it unique, you guys will easily guess that is unique. She went out. And even that is not a plausible reason for them to make her music.
You cannot say. Who now
I can
be
say.
because of
The Omua. And the fan is one the fan is, do you know the way God is putting himself in people's faces? Always talking about himself. I've been doing this thing. Angels don't come here to publicize themselves. Angels don't come here to come and try to like make a name for themselves. They are here on assignment. So
he's a competitor.
God
He
bless
wants
you. He
to
came here to win. Why do you think he got it? 1 million naira.
He wants to. He's very
Yes, the man
intentional.
said, I love this and that, and he
And he
quickly
took advantage of
took
it.
advantage of that.
He wants to.
So all the things he's doing, trying to sound like this and that. Angels don't do that. Angels come here, they are themselves, but they are not struggling.
Like
Should be
gospel.
Gospel is not an angel.
And that's why a lot of people pick what you're describing now suits his
Do you know
personality.
gospel is not an angel?
Why?
Gospel wants to win. Even if he doesn't want to win the Father, he wants to stay in this house till the very last day.
That's why I suspect you.
Even angel will tell you say you won't win.
Just fire.
Nobody won't tell you say anybody will tell you say I no one win, then automatically we know who you be. Then you go say because
There's only one person that told me I don't win. Hey!
that one
No,
that one they different.
don't let this happen, Lord.
In not winning.
Only one person that told me. Nah, the person even told me straight I didn't come to the house to win.
That one.
Hey!
That was
Jesus!
spiritual something, Jerry.
Jesus!
The angel will tell you so. I will tell you. They tell me for all. They tell you for down. Say I don't
Father, you know, be one father.
As the Almighty gets out.
Betray. No, ain't gonna betray the father to keep you. Hey.
We friends add gospel to the list of our family.
Angel, day or day.
No, he can't, he's joined our family now. It's an angel.
Oh, really?
He's betraying me right now. That's why gospel is not responding. How will I be showing gospel this affection? He's here on assignment.
He's here on an assignment.
Angels don't fall in love
Did
with
you remember
men.
what I was saying that day? Do you remember what I was saying that day that we had our one-on-one diary section? There was like some people came here to fall in love, but I came here to receive the Father's blessing and the impartation from the Father.
See you and him that wait for gospel.
No, he was saying upstairs now. Gospel is the one. I gave my heart to an angel. How did
Because
He's
you are
safer.
attracted to
He's
spiritual
safer
things.
with an angel.
Exactly, you're attracted to spiritual things. Your deep was calling to his
that
deep.
means I'll be able to even, wow.
I get it.
I like you being the angel self. So be the angel. An angel.
So good, lawyer, they call you. They here, they scratch my head to find any.
I won't be surprised. I will also say that. I like spiritual things. I'll be surprised, but I'll not be surprised. I'll be surprised physically, spiritually. What are they depicting? That is it. What are they depicting? They're depicting the spiritual angel. That is it.
Angels, they behave.
See, now say angels. How did they behave?
Do you know one thing that is just baffling me? You guys are acting like, because they literally say they are angels, they will literally like act like heavenly angels. Do angels in heaven eat? Do angels poo?
Are they male and female?
God bless you.
They have gender.
So they are just saying, they are trying to say the figure they are representing are angels.
So it's a
But they are
figurative.
still humans.
It's a
And they will behave
figurative.
like every other humans.
They are custodians, but figuratively, they're angels.
And they didn't pick them in some special kind of way. They came for the audition too. And picked them through that audition.
But what they said, they did not even know that they were the angels.
Exactly. Maybe when they called them, they thought it was like, okay, you've been picked. And they're like, okay, we picked you, but for this purpose. That's why I said they are open to win anything too. So when she wants to 50K, you still did not change my mind.
Exactly.
She's still an angel.
Because I've been an angel and I'm one value. This is just so special.
Is it that is it the angel that told that? Is it angel of God that told you that this is the angel?
But I feel like it was when I was saying that, I'm sure like first, the father and the father said, if anybody is sure, come and tell me. But you know that nobody wants to come and tell because they see a probability. It's like 1 or 2, a coin. It can be 1, it can be 2. That's it. So that's what the father is doing. But me, I'm not
Say
sure.
we are awake this night.
People that say they will wake up, they will go to the kitchen, go and look upstairs now. But let me go to.
No, they concluded that they won't stress themselves with that. They may just be.
So you know,
Friday na just few days.
Father always does cash cruise and they tell father.
Actually, I feel like the reason they did it this night is because there's no task. If you know that task are reducing, people need content. If you know the traffic they would have got this night, from all the conversation we are having, suspecting each other. That's how media works.
That is definitely suspected.
It's shocking.
He told me not to trust him. What do you expect? He said I should not trust him.
Don't trust anybody.
Don't trust anybody.
This game now,
That's what I said.
one man
Exactly.
per
I said
head.
it
No
has
time.
become a game now.
No time to fake yourself. They say you dey trust person. Even twins no trust themselves for here. Twins. If
Did
they
you hear what I was saying? I'm happy that me and God are in the same thing. It gives me some certain kind of joy. So I wouldn't really need to be saying like, hey. So if he goes home, I'm going there to meet him later. He can be enjoying life outside. We'll be seeing after that.
Is that how we go? Or we stay?
But you people now. But you can't go because I'm here. So I'm not going.
Whoever will go, will go.
My dear, the show won't finish, so.
Na 40 days, you know the extent.
Who won't go, make it go.
You know, we never get carried over. ASU strike, no they happen for here. Now 40 days period. You know extent. Now one person go win now. Heaven know the person. It's already ordained before the beginning of time, so I'm not even worried.
Ayo got serious when he dawned on him that indeed this angel thing is serious. You should have seen the way he was looking at me intently. Like
He's puzzled. That's why
you are one of them.
He's puzzled.
Should I tell you one of the reasons why if I was the angel, one of the way you would know that I'm the angel, me or based on me, I would drill all of you like my life depends on
You know go fit.
It
Because
will be
that
very
will
easy
show.
now.
You know go fit when people come at you, you think say you get that power.
People come at
You
you.
know
You
get
don't
any
really say that.
quiet job.
You never drill us. People are already thinking you are
I
the
will
one.
not. Do you know why people are thinking I'm the one?
If they sent you to, if you have been sent, if you have been sent to
You
make,
just say no, but you don't drill. They drill us like
see,
this.
if you have been sent to make the issue worse, like
So
they
you
said
know
before
what
for
you
us,
tell
it
us
would have
to
been
ask
easy who you are,
questions.
and people go bounce at you
These
like
guys
tomorrow.
are
No,
too
you think
smart.
say
They will know.
with the kind heads where they here. Are you
Actually,
kidding me?
They
Do
will
you
know.
think I'll come and be asking you sort of questions like, oh, what do you think?
Look at Van. Van is
Who
not an
won't
angel.
talk to you?
Val is not an angel, but he's controversial person.
Yes, now.
He got
That's
4
what I'm-
nominations.
That's what I'm saying. You people are thinking. That's what I'm saying. The way you are thinking about this thing is you are choosing the most easily suspected. Like that's how they don't. That's how these things are not done.
No, you don't decide how it works.
Exactly. You don't say because
You don't
it's supposed to be
because
controversial.
now
If
you
now is
don't
neglected,
go
like,
contact
because
letter.
if Naya is controversial, if Naya,
See, it go shock you if we are to write the
I
names.
said it that.
that one
I said in that first
It go shock you if we
Most
are to
people
write.
would have called it for
If
that.
we are to write the names in secret, my name go appear more than this people. You think that be everybody friend?
Wasn't that why everybody mentioned my own name? And I'm unsure.
Am I everybody's friend?
Because in the first place, why would you?
No, let me tell you. Let me ask you one question.
So
If
you
you come
think
here
it shows
in the
that
names of
you-
everybody will be your friend, let me ask you one
It's not
simple
about
question.
friendship
If
now.
you remain you and so, and one person have to go, now who will go? No vex.
That's the
Like how? Is it
They
going
say
to depend
yes.
on me?
They call you go inside. Say one person. Now two remain. One person will go. Who will go?
We friend. If I tell you something,
Even so, go for me.
Okay. You see lie. You see. So you don't even want to go, Abi.
if Naya
Thank
is
you for
playing
being
the
a real person.
diplomatic,
Because
Son,
one on one, they ask some people.
So I just believe
So
it.
some people were asked
she
who you
believe-
go like save, and some people were asked who you go like make it go. Names were given, actually. I tried to avoid the very first one. The second one I couldn't avoid. They told me point blank, you can't avoid this second one. You've been diplomatic in the first. So the matter, Joby. You understand?
somebody caused-
And most of the times, the least expected people, now them they be the outcome. Check rules. Just from VOF, everybody became.
I'm looking at the people that were not called. Now they are take
One person.
catch.
One person.
Now, I was
Yeah.
shocked that you said Eunice.
Eh?
You are shocked.
Yes.
Why?
I'm shocked.
Why?
And you say Eunice.
Why?
First of all, the reason why Eunice went out is beyond control.
How?
She had postponed her wedding twice.
Nobody.
And this wedding,
What's the about for postponing the talking?
her husband is involved. Her husband family are involved. They've planned this thing. They've spent money. You can't just keep doing things. She's not the only person in the locus of control. So it's beyond
What
her
if she
control.
already knew
That she was an
that she was
angel.
an angel?
she wouldn't have postponed her wedding.
Who told you?
Are you kidding me?
How can you talk that? How can you say that way? With him, with the
The date was postponed.
She's not coming to win now.
That he
What are you saying?
postponed the wedding.
It's a big one.
I'm telling you.
Can I ask you the question? Can I ask you another question to counter you? If tomorrow she wins, would you accept it that she won?
Why won't I accept it?
How? After 1 week.
How
can she win?
Is it not when she came to this house? Like you don't watch BBA. People coming on the very second to last week, they will say we are bringing it to twist the game up, and they win.
No.
None of them.
This
None of them.
lady,
No.
It has not
Now,
happened.
This lady,
which
that
lady?
they evicted. Do you know why they evicted her?
Who?
This
Nobody don't win. Wake on 1 week after.
Don't win.
None.
They evicted.
1 month,
And
2
they
months.
bring her
None.
back again.
Did she win?
Did she win? Hey, what are you saying now?
That is
Did
what
you get to
about
say
win. He
fear
said
and-
his question
Did
was-
you hear my question? Don't try to
Should
justify your.
Eunice win?
Should she win? Would you say she won?
Do you know the
The
system
father not
they're
going
using
to
to pick-
accept say she win.
Do
Are
you know
you
the system
kidding
they're
me?
using to pick winners?
After 1 week,
Eunice cannot win.
she can win.
If she won, what would you do?
She
cannot win.
You understand?
If she win, what would you
Because
do?
she
So
already
all
has
the
an
tasks where we
advantage
do where
over
she
all
know
of
dey.
you.
All the
She
tasks
needs
where we
tasks.
do. So she don't.
Even
She
this
don't.
drama.
This
She
one where
was
she
not
come, she
part of
don't
it.
beat me. Is that what you're telling me? That if by point she don't get point.
You understand?
How can she win?
So if we are using this spent here
Pa.
and point amassed,
So
it means that
that-
Eunice will have the least points.
The list.
So you're trying to say that literally now she's just here for opinion's sake.
See, hands can be pointed at her with every indication.
Very powerful.
What are you saying,
Powerful.
Kishi? Why you not go house come back?
Oh, no, when are they
I
telling
have
you
no reason
this?
to go to my house and come back.
Oh.
Because she has an advantage.
She'll say she didn't even want to come back. Her husband had to just tell her to come.
Did you see it?
If she's
Because
really
it stands not to
competitive,
lose nothing.
she will rush
Are you
back.
kidding?
Unless you
I will not give
are
it.
the angel.
At this point, anything you even say, I agree.
In that room,
See,
I'm
this,
taking Rose out.
see in this place.
I've narrowed it down to Kishi and Eunice.
Please.
And
See,
guess what? One of these
These two
is right.
was
This
blessings.
This
I
is
stand
gospel.
on my own and
This is gospel. Tomorrow morning, please, I beg you, Wilfred. Come on, because at this point, anybody, I want them to just be going one by one. So come and write the name for you.
as though say you.
And tell him. Because you are so sure and so certain that it's either me or Eunice. Write our name if you sure for you.
You should defend yourself. Don't speak for Eunice. Chances are higher.
Like-
Chances are higher for her than
Write
yourself.
the two of us name if you sure
They
for
tell
you.
you. Chances are higher.
I didn't say put two names now. I say either.
Write the first one.
Because it cannot just be mere coincidence. Again,
I hear you.
that the two dresses, that the two. Let me see one fit her
You
behavior.
don't fit
One
anybody
fit,
else.
You
Only
know,
am.
the two.
Okay, oh.
You
Even
know
I
the
don't get
first
good
time
body, I be.
But it
You know,
was the
fit.
eyes that was the problem. The one she wore first today.
It will be the problem.
Now the
The
problem.
best option was the
See,
person
bros,
that
now
is
the problem.
Are you kidding
Bros,
me?
now the problem is the problem. That problem, now you bring that
And
to.
you know we sent our measurement.
What are you saying?
God
How
bless
come?
you. I want to talk another thing. I want to keep that one.
You know that the proof.
We don't get, you know,
He said that you agree with us, or you are the angel.
I'm not agreeing with you, and I'm not the angel.
Okay.
That's why I say settle the score by choosing to tell the very
It's okay.
Until
My mind is made up on this matter. I already
No,
set
I
myself.
we should make go to everywhere.
No, I'm not the talk. I know the talk.
See, all these.
I held her hand. Spoke
You
in
go,
tongues.
somebody
And
can
you
go.
got the
And mystery started unraveling. You know, they here now.
Man of God.
Mystery started unraveling. I started
Preach
dissecting her.
prophet.
And she got uncomfortable and got up. I didn't read body language. She got up quickly, go kitchen.
Eh.
So the heat here don't
Why
the
be saying at that time?
The heat don't too much. Go to pure orange. Since your orange don't come.
Already we come. Wait before we even start our wrong way. We don't call wrong way
You
finish.
don't catch me. Yeah. 2 dresses.
Bros, she can't go home from here and win.
It is only an
She's
angel
not playing to
that will be given that kind of
Yes. They from the
Allow
very
somebody
onset.
else to sleep, please.
That's what I'm trying to say. That Josie wants to go inside. He's sleeping, and the noise is too much.
This is not a normal mall.
That man is down.
Yeah, it's not a normal mall. Just leave her.
Don't teach us
Come
how
and
to
sit
do
down.
Why interfere in me asking you to go
But teach your
inside?
daughter that how to love.
I can say anything. I'm not even cheating, and I'm not saying.
Oh Lord, teach us the mystery of love.
The way you've taught Kishi.
Yes. Give us your own heart.
I said, the noise is too much.
His eyes was blinking, meaning he can't sleep.
Okay, you notice the eyes.
Why you acting like you can't see?
My eyes bleed.
You.
My eyes dey.
He sleeps without covering his eyes. Now me and Nande is a room.
And his eyes blinks like
Don't
this.
worry, he sleeps like that.
Yes, he's sleeping.
Now only me they tie my face with big wrapper. Because he dey my pillow. 24, even for afternoon. If I want sleep.
Just put the out, shall we?
You know the act, he sleeps normal. Just leave us go alone. Leave him to rest. Picking call, running up and down. No, it's just love. Love can be very disturbing. Love can be very, very annoying and disturbing.
Are you kidding me? That's where we're going to get it.
No, these guys don't start for
Answer first.
No, I don't know.
Okay. Really? I don't know you. You are adopted. It's fine.
Hey.
Friday, Saturday, people go forget story. People go. The ones who go remember.
No, they don't again. I beg. I'm not like. I'm not going again. It's too risky. I beg. No. I like it. I don't speak my language for you. You might like it. I don't like it. Don't do it again.
Why do you not stop listening?
I tried. Why do you want to create a scene? Try. You know if you know what you do.
I'm not trying to know what you guys
You
are
know
talking
fit.
about.
I'm speaking loudly, she's not.
I'm not
Because I don't want to
trying
whisper. I don't want both of us to be whispering.
I'm not
You
even
don't
trying to-
know.
I wasn't trying to know what you guys are talking about.
Okay. And then we're spending the free time. Maybe around 11:30. Yeah, he told me. He was not happy. He expressed himself. He told me. It's back to what we're talking about, leadership, position, and what they can do to you. I'm very careful about who I hand over power to. Very careful.
Oh, you're not here. Miss Marco, I don't know that they will still free. That's maturity.
I'm telling you.
She's not like came to call him.
That's real maturity.
She came to
He
call
didn't want to go.
Yes,
He
he didn't
told
want
me.
to go,
He
sir.
didn't want to go.
But she stood and was waiting for him to stand up.
Yes.
You want to go and pray?
He didn't want to join him because of the clash they had.
I noticed
They had a clash.
We know the guy clash.
He didn't want to.
Then make people
He
grow up.
felt really bad about it. And
It's not about people growing up. And
No, it's
in
personal,
that
bros.
sense, I can't be
personal.
angry at you and then I can't
You
come
know,
speaking tongues with you.
flow freely. I feel not pray tonight, Lord. You know me say I not pray tomorrow.
Man of God, there are things we should deal with against our emotions.
No, we are not.
It's not
When you
emotions.
supposed forgive your brother, we mess up. No, hold on.
And
Get where they come from.
scripturally, we know.
They always act.
That's so scriptural there.
Yes.
That's why they work.
No, it's
Scripture don't say we are all.
No,
see,
no.
Wait. Let me explain something.
What if someone else has not been able to
Hold on.
overcome that?
That's why we need to grow up.
As I never come grow up.
God bless you. Can we even not shout?
Did you understand? That's why I said we need to grow up. I wasn't saying it from a standpoint. See, you see, I'm
My
of
mentor
this
said
school of
something
thought,
one day. She
right?
said she doesn't
That
have
if the
people
word
call her
of God
mommy.
says it's like
She's the
this,
pastor wife.
then that's how
I
I'm.
said, you know why I don't like
we're
I
not
don't like people call me mommy. You don't respect me. So you're only calling me mommy because you want me to feel like I don't need it because I know that in your heart you don't respect me. Does that mean she's not grown up?
Does he understand?
It just means you understand that you're not genuine with her.
These people you talk to, theoretically, they know this truth.
Okay.
Practically, when it hits,
Maybe you let me know how.
with the emotion.
Now wait, I won't try.
It's personal. Me, I don't
That's
say I
the
don't
thing I
feel.
don't like.
I
You do
don't feel
somehow.
do like that.
That prayer,
God
That
bless
is
you.
it. Not force yourself.
It's not if you know pray today, you know me.
Eh,
And it doesn't mean God is
Force
angry at
yourself.
him.
He can use today to condition his
That
mind.
is it. Okay, you know
Take
what?
it to God. Lay before God.
That is it.
I'm not happy with this thing that
Don't
happened.
have
That is
it
it.
happen here.
Between
But
you
some
and
say
God.
I grew up.
I
We
fit jump
friends.
up, say, you know, hit
We
me.
friends.
You know, wait,
But deep down, it's strong.
We Fred, do you know this thing that was not? I wasn't talking to anybody yesterday. And the same people that were coming to me, I told them, don't touch me. I'm not going to fake anything. Don't, at that moment, don't try to do unnecessary.
If there was a rapture in movement that time, where are you going?
No, it doesn't mean
It doesn't mean.
She's not
I read a book.
I want to be left alone. You literally just insulted me. And you think I
There's
just...
nothing, they corrected you, babe. And all of us
Nobody's talking about you and I. I'm talking about this.
if you are emotionally down, you don't miss it.
Like husband and wife don't
My
fight.
emotions are just down.
You want to be left alone.
I don't know how other people process their emotions. Do you know that? I've done it. Listen to me. If you are angry, what kind of thoughts ruminates through your mind about the person? When I offend you, you are angry at what I did. How do you think about it?
I want to avoid you actually.
What thought are you having? Is it a good one? Remembering my name.
I'm not thinking about you. Just don't come here. I'm not thinking about you.
Let me tell you what.
That's why I said I don't know about you. Well, if I offend you, say that serious.
Yesterday, I
I don't just want to spend off stay your day.
Yesterday, I was thinking about myself and saying, wow, so you really think about this about me. At that point, you're not coming to me saying something. What the heck is that? Don't do that with me.
My behavior.
And that does not
Do you
mean
get
I'm
it?
not
Your behavior don't determine your
God
heart.
bless you, Skishi.
I'm telling you.
Anything will not go down.
So
That's why husband
Now
and
you said
wife.
you speak for now.
That's why husband and wife
You
have
are speaking
arguments. And
generally.
wife say don't touch me.
You feel speak for yourself.
He doesn't say I don't love you again. Tomorrow morning, I will go cook your
But
food.
truly,
But right now, I'm not really happy with
but
you.
we're only saying that we will not, it will not be totally out of
And this is the people
if
too.
it's
They'll fight and they'll not be forming couple goals because you don't want to show it. At that point now, you are doing something I'm not really happy with. Just think about what you've done. Let me think about what I did to trigger what you did to me too. And whenever we are done thinking, I'm not asking myself, do you really want to do action? It was obviously he wants to go.
you know, say I feel forgive you.
And
I know,
still,
I
I
know
will
what
avoid
you
you because the Bible did not say. The Bible did not say forgive and continue being friends with
Wait
them.
now, let me even use his own practice. Here, some people don't come at you in ways where you don't like.
I not even saying
You lock up.
Before
You
like
lock
this
up. You
person-
start spending more time.
this
We
person-
noticed it now.
Oh.
For your own sanity, you take it.
different, and I don't get anything.
For
The way say we get
I
anything against me.
don't get involved.
You did.
Is there anything
but
you
for
told
some time,
without me not
you
being?
hibernated. That's my
It
point.
was even very obvious
Time.
that people
You
were saying,
understand? For some time,
people
you
even
hibernated.
know why you are barrated. I can say, I even said it that
Said that
this is
what?
one of the reasons that my sister said that the day you and him had the agreement about the water oil or no oil, blah blah blah. I said it. He said it out of the kitchen that he came back. You were not telling him that it was because of that I wanted to do fry oil, blah blah blah. That day, like they had the pastor came and said he doesn't like what they did to him. I should not do it again. And you were in the kitchen that day. You lock up. It was obvious.
I don't even know what happened. My point is he locked
You
up.
can't know.
The details I may not know, but I knew he wasn't in a fantastic place with some people, and he decided to keep to himself.
If there's somebody that's annoying, it's
because it is
Is
wisdom.
it that is annoying?
Bros, it is wisdom.
The fact I know people need to
I don't come at you.
They are talking about you right now.
The least of my, you know, even Chekube na senior.
They are talking
I'm not
about you
come at
right
you.
now. So don't
And
talk
I have my
don't
reasons for
bring
not
me
coming
up.
at you. What I'm saying is,
No, he's trying to
I
say
didn't call
if
you.
he wants to even have any issues with you, but it's not.
I'm not calling
And do you
you.
know that? Do you think
See
that
waiting at the
talk?
talk. See waiting at the talk.
If
If
it's
you
that
they
one,
talk, they
if
listen
Naya is
first.
that one, there are days that's locked up with me too.
If Naya,
So if it's that one,
Shay,
there are
I
days he
asked
has
question
locked
based
up
on you,
with me
Shay.
too.
And I asked so based on so. I did not ask you. I have my reasons. What I was saying was based on the place of me, my anger, what my feelings, and the word of God, isn't it? It's just simple. Let's just get it. And see, this word of God is meant to grow each and every one of us at our paces. Shebi. So I'm not trying to say, but I'm saying the place of the word and my emotions. Let's get a balance. That's all.
We even agree with what you are saying, but we are still saying.
Waiting, you are, what's the fact? Do you think I'm saying you should go and pray? What I'm saying, do you know you can be angry at me and offending God by being so angry at me that you're not doing what you're supposed to do?
True, there's that
That's
aspect.
what I'm saying. Now, God,
There's
listen.
that aspect. Nobody's
I've been born again since 13. I've been following God. You are prophet. I respect your office, but just listen. Thank you. That's my point. I don't know.
Yes, that is agreeable.
Like say I'm not
That is
going
agreeable.
So I'm not wishing to come up. See, bro.
If Naya,
English
you know
not
what I'm
be
saying is not
qualified
that.
when you offend God.
You know, I'm not saying that I should not pray. We only see that
Are you
he wants
getting
to
me?
pray.
At his
That he had
level,
to
they're not
force
supposed to
himself
come
to
call
go
her.
pray.
You are right.
And do you know what you are saying?
At
That
his
he
level,
even
at his
tried, that
level.
he even answer her. That was the argument.
Can I tell you the
That he
truth?
tried and
I
he
came to
answered.
you, you said, no, I can understand. At his level, he shouldn't be called. Just imagine.
That's the angle he's
Are you kidding me? A man mounting a podium, teaching a full church under your custody. Do you know what it means to be a pastor? And he's pastoring a full church with mama, papa. Do you know? Have you seen the elderly people in his church?
I get your point, actually.
I pastor youth, I pastor young people, yopi, I can wear jeans and come, nobody go send me with my. Now when I begin talk, you're gonna say, okay, this guy. See, anything I'm telling you, I don't get pretense. Anything I'm telling you, I live my life according to those precepts. If we get issues, and I choose not, see, sometimes there's something I've told, this person, I keep saying it, is more mature, he understands me. There are times I choose not to talk, not because there are points where I go bring out. Like, for instance, there are times when they ignite things by asking some silent questions. You remember the country where they give our movie yesterday? I was angry, but I held on. There's one question, if I asked that question, would have caused devastation. It's 12 already. It's not 12. It's not 12. It never, 12 never now. 12 never. 12 never now. Time. If I ask that question, problem for this. For no action, I understand when they ask the question from.
Collect pastage resource.
I did adapt.
No, this thing where they talk, we analyzed it yesterday.
So there's a lot that I'm swallowing. I'm glad one day you said it, that what he being our leader was supposed to do is what I'm doing. Once matter don't rise, you go see me, I go say, hey, we don't need all these things, let's just kill it. And why? Because I know, say, man, from this clap into the clap, the dance, we know go fear enjoy them. So I know where I'm coming from. It's not a cell member, even a cell member in where I'm coming from is not expected to do that.
When I saw them praying, I said, this one called maturity.
That was the
We
point
not
I
get
was trying
issue.
to make.
Oh. What happened today? She's not supposed to even come and
call me.
Stay for prayer. Because I said
And she stood there and insisted that he should follow her.
She took her mind. But she still didn't
There are things that are expected of us. The way I give a responsibility to my child that is 7 is not the same way I will give a responsibility to the one that is 14. Shebi, that's what the matter of the some things that
No. See, that was teaching that people were hungry.
are they not things where you go swallow as
But she said everybody can drink
voice of the
Garina.
Father? The things you go swallow, the things you go chest.
But let's be honest, Pastor does something that I know really makes me
No even go about it. The person who I don't attack most for here na him. And it wasn't supposed to be him. And I have my
they don't treat
reasons.
him like VOF emeritus. What's that? What the heck is that?
Then that's the same thing he used in the kitchen for me where you say I lock up because I don't want to toe that. If I toe that row, me and him, if I know,
He was really pained.
See,
what he was doing to me.
they very rude to me. Sometimes I tell him, say, guy, I'm not gonna lie, make
It's
very
still
rude.
pride.
The way
So what are you saying?
You think you are this.
And do you want to make all of us go? No, nah.
He was angry.
They talk plenty things.
Somebody was
No,
saying
why not consign me?
that they don't give gospel straight. I'm not trying to say gospel can be straight, but if gospel had related yesterday to the trade matter, I kid you not, any like I have money go vanish. Trade.
How does that demean or increase your capacity?
My dad is the chairman of our street. You know the nonsense they do to him.
No matter how small it is, you remember.
Trade.
So that's why I choose people I talk to with when
You
it
will fight
comes to
over trade.
sensitive.
Is that day I will knock
sensitive matters. I don't just say, if I keep quiet, man, forget, if I voice that thing, it will cause commotion. I know me. It will cause issue. I know for a fact. And me, I know there's something I told you. I'm an extremist. I know they do things halfway. If I want to do girlfriend matter, they do them to the core. If I want to do them, say, I be church boy. I be do them to the last.
Have exposed all of us.
Yes, now.
We now know who is who.
I know they pretend. If I okay, you know, go down.
You know, I was always saying something that we use
but
this.
somebody will come.
That was the day we were saying something that.
Speaking in tongues, no cover people.
Wilfred, the day we came in, that he was saying when they asked him that who doesn't want to go, that he told them that there is love among us. Like, why do you Christians do this? Do you really think people don't know that in your
heart here for everybody to like me.
People?
But Bible not even talk. I mean, say want to if everybody speaks good of you.
Do you really think people don't?
So I don't walk with God with bad, the good, and the ugly. Where where they go preach na Igboro. No worry, go get outreach. I go invite a few will be my friends because not be everybody will be my friend. That's the truth.
Everybody should know.
That's how the matter is. So that you go understand where they talk about.
I think it was 3 days ago. This person was asking me.
I get pain now. I get pissed off about some
things. I had an argument in the kitchen before. Okay, what's your niece? And she was saying that you and Ifuna is because of them. I said no. If I leave this house, you should be sure that we would keep in touch. We would always talk. Me with Freddie Funaya. Don't doubt it. I make it clear to everybody that these people, they are my family. It's that simple.
I wasn't here.
I'm not going to pretend because I say, oh.
You and Abigail had that conversation?
Yes, no. She was shocked. But the fact that today we had that clash in the kitchen and the second day we're already talking.
Oh, okay. You and her.
And I told her clearly, point blank. The fact that I like the fact that we can build.
Okay, I've not told you. He's here. After the clash you guys are in the kitchen, I came to apologize on your behalf. And he told me that it's not a big deal.
Waiting concern me. I don't. You know the truth, man. There are some certain things that. No, man. You know, I was telling somebody. I said, okay, somebody made a stupid, very nasty statement. I just smiled and I called the person that I said, if you see my 3 younger brothers, you know go talk. Before God and man. The last person left university like 7 years ago. The last one. Yeah. Some persons here, they never born them at like 13, 14 years. So there are some things that, and I'm my wife is watching, my mom is watching, my stepdad is watching, and my 3 younger ones have watched it. They get access to him. My the last born for house, get access to unlimited data. Glow. So they use them for house anyhow, you just connect them, give them the code. So they are watching, and I will come rubbish my wife. And I'm a pastor. I said that they pastor young people. What example am I setting? So they're already, aside the 10 million lives that are attached, which is even more. It's even more than 10 million. To each and every one of us.
10 million first. People that
directly, under you. Even a cell leader, where they come from, they get almost 1,700 underneath. No, it doesn't make sense. So I call the person and say, this place, all of us came as custodians, but no me say all of us are neat. Spiritually and physically, honestly speaking. You know, that's one thing I love about Steve. That's the most talked about, most just of
he's an amazing guy.
His soul is so free.
That is it.
How many of us would be like this dude?
As the lady, Steve is as the guy. Not
How many of us?
Ayo is a player. Ayo is intentional about it.
He's a smart guy. And a person who study criminology. Are you
Valentine, oh my God, he wants to win.
Of course.
But you see, Steve, he also wants to win.
Everybody wants, but as I did,
he doesn't play the game like
Saturday. They say, okay, bye bye.
That's not
smile
how to win
and leave.
If you really want to win.
We stay. I will smile and stay.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a configuration. I'm not in this too.
The criteria they are looking for.
What do they say we are winning, sir?
Steve no just care. But you see some people sit down and they'll be analyzing.
God bless you. Have you seen Pastor and Ayo do campaign unnecessarily in the house these days?
She was the one who called my attention to it.
Why would am I blind? I mean that we are staying here till 3 a.m. You think I can't stay in one in front of the camera and be saying these things?
It's shocking when I heard that too.
Yeah, the fact that I don't talk about everything doesn't mean I don't see some things.
Don't forget.
What's that? Do you really think?
I don't take cognizance of all these things. I am way more bigger than that. You see, the person
who doesn't even show how big or how small you are.
No, it is.
At the end of the day,
the person who wins has been ordained before time. So no matter how we play the game, that the same person will win.
The place that Pastor disappointed was when he said we should use better in drama. Yes.
No, it was ridiculous. That line was ridiculous.
That's why you're saying. That's why when you're saying that it's a pastor of a church, you people over some people.
Which one be you over? Is he not?
He is, but
then what are you saying? What are you saying?
Both of you are actually saying the same thing. She is saying that is a pastor doesn't mean that he doesn't have his weaknesses. How are you saying it as if he's immune to weaknesses?
they don't assume offices. And there are things, there are certain things, there are certain qualities that are
how would this make that fit into the
for
job?
you to assume a certain.
He used the weather today. Even gospel was saying, go and tell him I off camera. Don't use the weather. This thing
with awards. I have
since
awards.
then I don't stress myself.
Do you get
If
it?
he
I
does
have
something, I'm not shocked. I'm not moved.
Both from different places.
And it doesn't make me sick, it's less for
I've
me. It just means
always
he's human as much
a
as
rep,
I am
working
too.
with him,
And God is not mad at that. God is okay with it.
artist,
David was crazily human. For him to have killed Uriah for bad.
See,
So,
the truth be told, I don't know how others are being trained. But you see, from where I'm coming from, I'm being trained to respect the office of any man. That's the difference between David and Saul. David said, I will not touch him even if God don't anoint him. Even the guy that came there to boast so that David can swing into action was killed. He said, how dare you touch the anointing? So that's it. His weaknesses is not for me. He messes up right here. Tell him.
it's amazing.
So your face,
so
the one way,
mine too.
there are several things I want to like get at the person, make the door even open, make I go. You think I'm just saying it for saying sake? No, I'm not a child. Though. I say the way it is, right? Holy Spirit say, if you dare, you know what I do? I hate this one. Why? Because there's some things here into my subconscious person. I be this guy now. No, all I need to do. That's why I was saying, if anybody will see me, you go think say to the greatness now. Waiting that they call that in the X-ray, but I be the one with the play.
Said, Kishi, this is your handwork.
I don't play.
This is something I know you can do. And I looked at her and I was going to say, you must be very, very. I'm not kidding you. I was going to say that, but I was going to say, you're not worth me losing my cool over. It was if Nana told him that no, it's not Kishi. Like, you even think you know. You think you know me that well to tell me that this is my own handwork. Somebody ate the food and messed it up there in the kitchen and left it there. And you opened it and said, this is your handwork. This is something I will do.
That's why I will come at you.
How would this lie to me?
And I walk away. If I come again, you.
And you claim you're older than me. My elder brother doesn't do that.
Now you can't correct all of us did it, but I kept quiet.
My elder brother doesn't do that.
And they judge.
And he's just 2 years older than me.
Not judge. But let me use the word judge. I know people from their actions, not from
you don't provoke me to anger and then compete and angry at you.
You cannot pretend your actions for 3 weeks.
Now say,
your true nature will show.
God bless you. That was why blessing came to me.
People,
blessings.
You did it.
Yesterday.
They shared golden more for people. The plan was that if it doesn't go on,
they supplement with conflicts.
He came in, saw the golden more. Because he was hungry, he grabbed it. But in turning around,
he was fuller.
Yes, but turning around, he had already misstead it. Turning around, he now saw that there's another option. Not knowing the plan, that this option is plan B. He now, after he had messed up this,
left the note and said it doesn't take golden more. Why would you do that?
I saw the way you had to school him or something.
And he literally even said it doesn't make any sense for you to say it.
You know the honor and that you
with a life free from sexual immoralities, to build a community that is filled with pure and purified people. So I'm Custodian 023 again, Kishiwura Alafadeko, and thank you so much. Please vote for this project. Thank you.
My name is Gospel John, and I'm Custodian 012. Generally, the art and its related courses or career have been relegated and subjugated by our society. Our society have made the art feel so or look so inferior compared to its counterparts. I'm an advocate for the arts, and this has made me come up with this project titled Project Get Inspired. This project will inspire children across Nigeria. It will help discover and develop artistic talent, basically in the orphanages, in primary schools, and in rural communities, because we have to catch them young. Our society these days discourages children from venturing into the art because they feel it's not lucrative or it doesn't add anything to the society. So this project will help encourage talents in arts. And then as a result of that, it will also give scholarship to children who have been discovered so that they can venture into art-related courses in tertiary and vocational institutes. In 2012, I was denied a scholarship, a community scholarship, because I belong to the ACT. The organizers of those scholarships categorically told me that I will not be given the scholarship after I scored the highest and was qualified for it, that they will not be giving it to me because I belong to the art, and so I cannot contribute anything positive to the society, that they will rather give it to those in the engineering, law, or even medicine. As a matter of fact, this is the experience that baited this project. I want to be an advocate for the art. I want to encourage Nigerian children, especially in the orphanages, in primary school, and in rural community, to take up careers in the art. I want you to support my projects. Support my project and let us touch lives.
Hi guys, my name is Saul Wilfred, Solomon Wilfred. I'm custodian number 11011. My project actually is Women, Widowers and Widows Empowerment Program. Widowers and Widows Empowerment Program. You wonder why I'm starting with widowers and not widows. And because society has, over the years, neglected widowers. You know, they've been through their own stuff too. You know, especially I'm focusing on couples who have probably loved their spouses 5 years and below. You know, marriages 5 years and below. Imagine being married for 3, 2, 4 years and then losing your spouse. The shock, the stigma, the insults, the uncertainties, the depression, the suicidal thoughts, you know, and it's so funny that these people are being neglected in our society today, especially the men. You know, I know a young man who got married and then 3 months after his marriage, he lost his wife. It was painful. He was confused. He didn't know what to do. What happened?
With love and strength and faith, the labor of our heroes shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and in love.
you very much. You may please take your seat. As I invite the chairman of the White Progressive Party to come to the podium and introduce his party members and the presidential candidate.
WPP!
Redefining narratives!
WPP!
Redefining narratives!
WPP!
Redefining narratives!
Thank you very much. My name remains Honorable Ayomide Olu Oroku, the proud chairperson of this great party, the White Progressive Party. I would like to make mention of my ever vibrant, my chairperson, my vice chairperson, in the person of Ude Blessing.
Redefining narratives. WPP. Redefining narratives.
Thank you so much. Moving on, I would like to make known of my president, of course. I call her my president because she's in already.
Oh yes, oh yes.
With a standing ovation. Woo! Yes, you have to be on your feet for this. Start jamming your hands together. For the incoming president of this nation, in the person of Miss Eunice Yahaya Sambo.
WPP! WPP!
Be a comrade, but let me remove that. He is going to be a president soon. So please jam your hands together for the vice president, Gospel John.
WPP! Redefining narratives! WPP! Redefining narratives!
Thank you so much. And of course, our campaign manager that has been putting things together, you know, I'm sure. For comrades, Honorable Dr. Pastor David T.
WPP! Redefining narratives!
Thank you so much. And I would like to make reference of our PRO and our secretary. The last campaign we did, it was a little bit under the weather, but now you can see his face. Your shoe show. So please jam your hands together for our PRO and our secretary in the person of Mr. Gil Sonny Samuel.
Redefining narratives! Redefining narratives!
And of course, the last person on my list, our second PRO, my baby. Please jam your hands together for Roski.
Redefining narratives!
White Progressive Party!
Redefining narratives!
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And don't forget, we are here to do Redefining narratives. Thank you.
Okay. We would like to call on the chairperson of the Green Democratic Party to come to the podium and introduce his party members and the presidential candidate.
Now they will clap for me.
Hey.
Doesn't that sound so good?
Yeah, so.
Confirm.
Yes, so.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Nigerians. God bless you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Of course, you are tuned in to Witness Revolution in the Making.
Yes.
My name is Honorable Valentine Ekojoka. Okay. One and only one from Asia Southeast, Edo Land, reformative. And I remain the national chairman, Green Democratic Party, standing for productivity and service, here to rescue Nigeria back from the shackles to the top of where it's supposed to be.
So.
Of course, I have my amiable, delectable, indefatigable party members here today. If you take a look to my right hand side, you could just see color like rainbow. With a shine, with a represent, with a choriam. Starting from my vice chairman, that's in dope now. I mean, just take a look now. I never want vote or said because when you look the way we dope, Nigeria don't dope already. Correct. So my vice chairman, the president of Honorable Solomon Wilfred. You know, if you hear something too much, GDP to the people, GDP to the world. Nothing to shake us. We continue. If you check well, you will see my honorable chairman. This guy, this man, don't revolutionize Nigeria, don't walk around. If you see the way our campaign tick reach, it is because of this supreme individual covering the length and breadth of Nigeria. I beg you, no can help me celebrate my one and only Oga at the top, our campaign manager, the person of Anthony Greatness Nwaji. When you see a true son of the soil, you will know. Yes. Always representing. And that is what Nigeria needs at this time. Yes, I continue. If you look right, you go see the woman where represent our party. Yes. Everywhere green, green, green. Yes. One singer for Nigeria said, "The land is green, is green, is green." And that is what we have come to do, to make Nigeria green. Because our national flag now green, white, green. Now why we be Green Democratic Party? Ladies and gentlemen, help me celebrate this beautiful, amicable, indefatigable, incredible, in fact, all the boo where you know. Look her from top to bottom. Madam Dame Mercy Ifunanya Ajike, our women leader.
GDP, productivity and service. GD and P, productivity and service. Good women, power to the women.
Now so, will they carry everybody along?
Yes.
The young, the old, the male, the female. We represent everybody. With GDP, everybody they covered. We continue. Our Secretary General will make everything they happen for this party. We know they miss one detail. When we don't write them, if they happen, as they go, we they move with protocol. We they observe everything. The one and only ever done ski, confirmento confirm. Kishi, Urola, Fadeko. Now so we cover Nigeria from top to bottom. If you go north, you go find us. If you come south, you go see us. West Tunko, we dey here. More come finish from east. Now that one take me to the next person for here. Chineke Mo. I don't enter the language. It's just that they vibrate. I can't wait to enter the hem of affairs. Yes. When I go see say as green they everywhere. Now so green they cover everywhere. Yes. East, north, west, south, we full ground rekete. Ladies and gentlemen, my honorable vice president. Yes. Now we might not be man, no. You remember what I talked before? So we cover everywhere. We not a joke. We not going to complain. All the way from the eastern part of Nigeria, the ever radiant yellow pawpaw, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Blessing Amarachi Okomadu.
Green Democratic Party. GDP. My people.
Yes, so and to the grand finale.
We need to stand up.
Hey, the ultimate number one. When we say we want restructure, we know the joke.
Yes, so.
Oh, and I don't know how this thing they do me now. See, Nigeria is saved already. Yes. And they tell you the truth. Nigeria don't save already. And when I talk before, I still dey maintain am again. Say as we cover everywhere, we cover everywhere. Our Dansky Presido, one and only, all the way from everywhere for Nigeria, because you go still hear name, covering the length and breadth, the incredible, the amazing, the indefatigable, the fantastic, the wonderful, the I don't finish. Ladies and gentlemen, Mona help me jam on her hand. But we bring our president, Nnamdi Owolabi Stevie, Honorable Ede, one and only. Seriously, Joe, seriously, fine. The president of the South President. Dosa! GDP! Productivity and savings! GDP! Productivity and savings! Nigeria, I greet you. Great Nigeria people! Great Nigeria people! Great Nigeria people! Thank you. God bless you now. Stay safe. God bless Nigeria and God bless us all.
Amen. Thank you. So I would like to invite both presidential parties candidates to the podium. The presidential candidate for the Green Democratic Party, the person of Nnamdi Steve Ede. Can you please take the stage? The presidential candidate for the White Progressive Party, Mrs. Eunice Sambo, can you please step on the podium?
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together again. Before we take the questions, each presidential candidate is given 60 seconds to say something nice about his or her opponent tonight. Let's set a new precedent in political activities in this country. So pick out something nice, a good quality about your opponent. If it does exist, fine. If it doesn't exist, create one. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Well, in this regard, I wouldn't even hesitate because my fellow candidate who is vying for this position is a beloved friend. Please, can you let me celebrate her? Well, she has some certain scintillating features that makes her highly admirable, honestly. Highly admirable. And I must confess that she's a wonderful personality with certain beautiful idiosyncrasies, which I also believe. But on this particular adventure, this political adventure, I hope it turns out well for us as a party. But at the same time, I'll acknowledge that we have a wonderful figure, beautiful, delectable, amiable, and a very, very wonderful woman as the candidate.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to say that the candidate for the GDP is a very good friend of mine. Only that we are on the opposing party this time around. But notwithstanding, he is somebody who I say is a very versatile person, very intellectual, and those are some of the qualities I look out for in the presidential candidate of GDP. And I look out for a good outing with you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, few seconds from now, the battle begins. It is a battle of intellectual prowess. It will be a battle of perspectives. It will be a battle of hybrid opinion. These conversations can shape the cultural landscape of 200 million people. Choose your words carefully. your remaining in this house can depend on it. A half-empty house abounds. Let the battle begin.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Listen to the question attentively. First, what personal virtue do you have that can further inspire Nigerian youths towards unity, peace, and fervency in actualizing the Nigerian dream? I repeat myself. What personal virtue do you have that can further inspire young Nigerians towards unity, peace, and fervency in actualizing the Nigerian dream?
Let the lady begin. 3 minutes. Let the lady candidate begin.
All right, thank you very much for this question and this opportunity. The question said, what personal virtue do I have? One of the personal virtues I have is kindness. And I believe that kindness is needed in every sphere and spectrum of life. Why do I say that? By the time we Nigerian youth decide to see each other with kindness and decide to take each other as brothers, not enemies, we're not fighting. There is unity in diversity. Because we have different tribes, languages, and what have you, doesn't make the next person less of a person than you are.
Exactly.
I come back to the statement. There is unity in diversity. When you decide to look at your fellow Nigerian as a human first, not regardless of the religion, regardless of the tribe, regardless of sentiment or what have you, it will foster unity and peace among you.
Oh, yes.
We are first humans before we are called Nigerian.
Exactly.
We are first humans before we are called Christians or Muslims. We are first humans before we are called Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, or any other tribe in this country. So if you have that at the back of your mind, you treat another Nigerian like a human, not based on their tribe, not based on their religion, not based on sentiment, not based on region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First, I must say that Nigeria started off as a diverse nation, diverse entity with different diverse culture and religion. We must also understand that diversity is a blessing. Though we wrote on a marriage of inconvenience as based on the amalgamation of 1914, but it is because our diversity has been mismanaged, then it has become a divergence today.
Yes, sir.
Now, as a person, I believe I am a detribalized person. I have in my name a Yoruba and an Igbo name.
Yes.
I originate from the eastern part of Nigeria. Yes, I have a Yoruba name. And in fact, the Yoruba house, I have 2 Yoruba names. And also, on the heel of my attempt to get married to a woman, I have also indulged the place of my friend to stand as my groomsman. And my said friend is from the northern part of Nigeria, a Muslim. His name is Sharif Muhammad. I believe he's watching now. By the grace of God, whichever time he comes, he will be standing as my groomsman. I believe that as long as Nigeria is concerned, the sanctity of human life supersedes religious or ethnic sentiment.
Yes.
Major Kaduna Ezogu said that the problem of Nigeria is political saboteurs and swindlers who use our religious and ethnic possession and connection to cause disunity.
Yes.
But we must remember that we are one people, one nation. We are Nigerians. And the bond between us is that we have a nation to dynamite into greatness.
Yes,
so by reason of this virtue, and by reason of the fact that I have a claim to the fact that Nigeria can stand as a nation and dynamite its way into greatness, we will certainly achieve the dream if we work together.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for them. Thank you.
Secondly, as brain drain is on the rise,
cheap labor is now hot cake on global demand. In what ways, if elected, can your government boost human capacity such that will help level the gap in market polarization? I come again. As brain drain is on the rise, cheap labor is now hot cake on global demand. In what ways, if elected, can your government boost human capacity such that will help level the gap in market polarization?
Thank you. The gentleman can begin answering that question.
Now, to establish the point on what brain drain implies, brain drain simply implies the process of migration of human skilled labor from their place or nation or place of national belonging to somewhere else to find greener pasture.
Yes.
Now, in the context of Nigeria, we have realized that a number of young, skilled, and highly proficient Nigerians have kept on finding a way to leave the country in order to find ends meet, in order to find a way to establish and find their lives. Now, in that regard, what we intend doing is to first deal with the place of employment, unemployment, and underemployment. There is a scarcity of employment in Nigeria, which has often compelled young people to find a means to go abroad in order to find a means of living.
Yes, sir.
Imagine in a year, not a profit to gain. This implies that most companies in Nigeria are struggling to survive, having deep breath. So our target is to ensure to create a business environment with good and not stiff regulatory stipulation, not imposing strict conditions. But at the same time, we also find a way to regulate their actions.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, we give them access to credit and loans and also check back mechanisms to see that their businesses can thrive.
Yes.
This enabling business environment is causing a disincentive to foreign investment.
Yes, sir.
We are talking about foreign investment. The vice presidential candidate, it was quite laughable because he talked about foreign investment, and I question, we have an environment that serves as disincentive to a foreign investment.
Yes, yes, sir.
So how do we deal with this? We create an enabling environment, create nice regulations, increasing remuneration and social packages.
Yes, sir.
For people who are working. You can't give a man what he can. You want to give a man just little to deliver more. You're giving him little to deliver much, it can't work. We have to increase their remuneration and social packages. We have doctors, professionals who are earning as low as 30,000 in this nation.
Yes, sir.
That is totally disheartening. We will integrate brains to related sectors in the economy.
Yes, sir.
They are highly brilliant Nigerians.
Yes, 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 sir.
Brilliant Nigerians.
Yes.
Intellectuals who we can mobilize their skillful energy in helping this nation to thrive. Yes. China as a nation, what does it do? It sends its citizens outside the country.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Lady, your time starts now. Remember, 3 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. I believe that brain drain crisis is circumstances or issues that affect the mental health of an individual. Issues beyond human control, which are natural disaster and what have you. In Nigeria, let's go back as far as 2020. We had a lot of issues with businesses as a result of COVID-19, which caused a lot of mental issues to Nigerians, business owners, people who are in the work sphere and what have you. People run away from these things because they are ashamed of coming out to seek for attention. We have to let Nigerians know the fact that, one, that you are in a state of brain drain or you have a mental challenge does not mean you should be stigmatized. It is not a point of stigmatization at all. Your business is packed and crumbled. What you need to do is to seek for help outside.
That's right.
Another thing we intend to do is proper awareness against mental health stigmatization, funding facilities that help in treating mental health patients. If possible, building facilities, hospitals that deal mostly on mental health care. Another thing as a party that we intend to do is bringing up a policy with the help of the legislative and judiciary to enforce its employment of therapists on every company and workplace. The last thing as a party that we intend to do as regards brain drain is proper training of health personnel that is strictly forward on mental health. My counterpart, the presidential aspirant of GDP, stated that the vice president said something about foreign investments. But if we recall back to what he said we are going to make this environment serene. If our mental health is intact, we would function well in the business organization.
Yes.
If our mental health is intact, even in the workspace, we would function well. So as a party, we are out to make sure that people's mental health is intact, even in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellencies. Next question. The continuous conflict between herders and farmers in the last few years have dealt a mighty blow on our food production, distribution, and supply chain across the country. In what ways will your government tackle this menace without affecting our peaceful coexistence? I repeat myself. The continuous conflict between herders and farmers in the last few years have dealt a mighty blow on our food production, distribution, and supply chain across the country. In what ways will your government tackle this menace without affecting our peaceful coexistence?
Can the lady begin answering the question? 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much. The former president of the United States, Jimmy Carter, stated in 1977 that a nation cannot exist when a peaceful nation cannot exist when 1/3 of the nation is hungry and 2/3 do not have what to eat.
Thank you.
This brings me to the fact that conflicts and what have you starts from the fact that many Nigerians are hungry.
Yes.
Many Nigerians do not have what to eat. Insecurity, as a word itself, is not something that is coincidental. It is foiled.
Yes.
It is a foiled weapon against poverty. Sorry, it is a foiled weapon that is used to foil poverty.
That's right.
We must understand the fact that when people are satisfied, what I mean is their bellies. When people are satisfied, they do not have the reasons to come out and fight each other.
That's right.
What we intend to do as a party is we intend to maximize the human capital development.
Oh, yes.
There are so many talents in this country. There are so many underused talents in this country. It is ironic that a country like Nigeria, with so much human natural resources, languages in poverty, because we have a high rate of people who do not have anything to do, they will rather subscribe to the threats of people in the power to help them foster insecurity.
That's
right. As a party, we intend to create a structure for awareness sake to educate Nigerians on the need to delve into farming. We're going to be using agriculture as one of the stem for unification of Nigerians.
Oh, yes.
The structure will be called Mega Farm City. It will be a community where majorly farmers is inculcated. This is where every farming activity will happen. Mega Farm City will also have farmhouses to store food. It will be owned and run by the government. This is to reduce the fact that people would say, okay, I don't have materials to farm, I don't have this to farm. It will reduce that drastically.
That's right.
This will also generate more revenue, creating more jobs for Nigerian youth.
Oh, yes.
This will mean combing lack of unemployment on the street and reducing insecurity to a large extent. Thank you very much.
You may proceed, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Now, before I go, let me set a background and precedence. I don't think my fellow presidential candidate got the question right. Now, you said farmers and others crisis. That is fundamental. Number two, how can we solve the problem so there will be peaceful coexistence? We are all aware in this nation that we have seen continuous encroachment of herdsmen into farmland in several parts of the nation. We have seen the brazen level of open grazing in a modern world in Nigeria. That is totally poor. Most nations are already adopting ranching as a form of livestock farming.
Yes, sir.
That is one way to tackle the case of dispute on land.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Farmer, others are trying to protect their cow and give them life, give them food by encroaching into innocent farmers' land.
Yes.
And in the process, they are killing farmers. Now, what is the implication? The implication is that farmers will not be able to go to farm.
Yes.
Now, as a result of that, it will lead to food scarcity.
Yes.
When there is no food security, the meaning is that there is food scarcity because farmers can't go to farm. A very good example is Benue State. We have seen that in Taraba, where farmers are crying out loud, shouting to the heavens that they can't go to their farm because of insecurity as a result of the continuous encroachment and nomadic movements of herdsmen and their livestock. What are we going to do? We are going to adopt ranching to settle the herdsmen in order to take care of their livestock. Secondly, we will ensure that we adopt the best legal machinery and framework to settle land disputes among tribes so that no tribe will ventilate grievance by shooting or attacking anyone. And also, what we are going to do is to stir up agricultural reforms. We need to preserve our products. As farmers are producing and harvesting their crops, there are no ways to preserve them. We will create collection centers across the state because what we project as a nation are the things we see in the states.
Yes.
We will ensure that in each state we have collection and preservation centers of our agricultural produce.
Yes, sir.
Now we are also going to integrate agricultural technology, creating an integration system into the agricultural sector for our agricultural graduates.
Yes.
Once you graduate from the agricultural school, you are sent out to the field and put on good job placement. And you get better remuneration. Finally, we have a farmer database in order to have a full capturing of all our agricultural personnel. So that all the farmers, whenever we want to give them loan or grant, we will have their database and send it to them. So that nobody will take it and siphon it into their purse. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them. The next question.
Thank you very much. Listen to the question attentively. What are the first three things you are going to do to raise Nigeria's confidence in the global community? I repeat myself. What are the first three things you are going to do to raise Nigeria's confidence in the global community?
The gentleman can begin answering.
All right, thank you very much. In this angle, with regards to building confidence, every nation must understand that in Africa, Ugugu wa Thiong'o made several of his forums, he made it clear that what Africa needs is to ensure that it has a self-concept, self-image, and self-confidence.
Yes, sir.
Africa continues to crawl along the line of Western nations, losing its self-image and self-determination, and keeps on going cap in hand in order to survive. Now, but let you understand this, that the best way a nation can build its confidence is when each citizen, number one, can find a way to fulfill their destiny in that nation.
Yes.
Number one. Number two, the destiny of any nation, any future of a nation is the youth, the young people. The young people in Nigeria form the majority bloc of the nation. What do we need to do? Empower the young people by the process of human resource management. As a human resource manager, the process of human resource management includes, number one, you recruit them, you equip them with certain skills, and give them the necessary corporate objective to follow. By reason of that, they inculcate the national values on which to operate. From there, they understand the feel and pulse of the nation. Number three, we will cause a rehabilitation, regeneration, and integration of skilled cyber criminals into our ICT sector. Now, please listen and get this clearly. In Russia, what Russia did clearly was this. They went ahead to pick cyber criminals. It used to be a den of cyber criminals, but what they did was to bring them and train them. Taking out, it implies an entrepreneurial study. It implies that you are creating out of a decrepit matter an edifice.
Yeah.
Like you have, for example, a house. Very dirty metals, you make out of it beautiful something. Now, just like a clay, you mold something beautiful out of a clay. That's how nations grow. They help their young people to understand the field and train them and bring out the energy in them so that they can have a place. Thirdly, another thing is to ensure that we have an educational reform that we permit for skill development and mind reformation. How do I mean? We have 6334 educational pattern. We are going to change it to 53313.
Yes, sir.
What do I mean? 5 years in primary school, 3 years in junior secondary, 3 years in senior secondary, 1 year compulsory skill development and mind information institute, which you must attend. There you are going to get whether digital skill, skill, vocational skill, or whatever modern skill. From there, if you choose to go to the university further, you spend just 3 years instead of the 4 years. You are not an ancestor. You don't need, most nations spend 3 years in school.
Yes, sir.
And as they are studying, they will take professional certification programs in the same process. You pick them up, you make them attractive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The lady, you can proceed.
Thank you very much. Youths are the leaders of tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
So, one of the major things we're going to be doing as a party is we're going to empower the youth.
Of course.
This means that we're going to bring back power to the youth.
Yes.
We have a lot of talent in this country.
Of course.
A lot of talent yet to be harnessed.
Yes.
A lot of talent that can bring out economic value to this country.
Yes.
But because it has been left without taking leverage or advantage of, many people do not have the confidence to use what they have, a God-given talent, to advance this country.
Yes.
So what we're going to do first is to empower the youth. We're going to bring back power to the hands of the youth.
Thank you.
The youth deserve to know that they can be comfortable from their homes. They can take up power from their homes. Yes. And how do we intend to do this? We have what we call human capital development. WPP is going to build a very competitive and conducive talent capital development structure where youths will be fully engaged in the use of their talent to promote economic stability with little or no dependence on government or white-collar jobs. We intend to go back to our educational structure. We intend to break and expand our curriculum.
Thank you.
In that, talent skill is not an option. It is compulsory. We want to educate you from the young. Someone said that when you educate a child in the way you should grow, he will never depart from it. What we intend to do as a party is to educate this young one from when they are in school to when they go out. Secondly, we intend to redefine leadership. Leadership is not a word. My chairperson once stated that. Leadership is what you do. We are not going to lead people who... We have people who are intellectuals in this country, and we are not going to list them as though they are fools. The last thing we are going to do, as our party slogan says, is transforming minds by changing negative value systems. The Nigerian mentality makes us understand that the youth cannot have power in their hands. It is not true. We are bringing back that power to the youth. We are intellectuals. We are intelligent. We have talent-driven people in this country.
Thank you.
And we are going to give that back to them.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Redefining narratives.
Thank you very much. The next question, please.
Listen attentively. Considering the complexity of insurgency and banditry compounded by the sensitivity of its religious, political, and ethnic undertone, what is your negotiating style, approach, philosophy in dealing with this hybrid nature of insecurity? I repeat myself. Considering the complexity of insurgency and banditry compounded by the sensitivity of its religious, political, and ethnic undertone, what is your negotiating style, approach, philosophy in dealing with this hybrid nature of insecurity?
The lady, you may commence answering the question.
Thank you very much. Nigeria is a country with diverse ethnic groups, religion, political views, and sentiments. It is fortunately or unfortunately to note that most Nigerians listen more to their traditional rulers, their religious leaders, and what have you.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
WPP intends to go through that channel.
Thank you.
People who listen to their leaders would eventually listen to them when they say, don't do this and don't do that.
Yes.
The insecurity in Nigeria is on the rise, and we cannot argue that.
Oh, yes.
What WPP intends to do is to, by one, diversify the security system of this country.
Yes.
We are going to start from the community policing, to the regional policing, to the state policing, then the federal capital in itself. We intend to give back power to communities, community policing. A lot of Nigerian youths are already on the rise doing that. But we intend as a party to recognize their work. They are going to be integrated in the security system of this country. What do I mean? We're going to give them what we call motivation. Give them what we call, they are not based on salary. They are not security personnel, but they are out there fending and securing these people. So we're going to start from there. Community policing, to the regional policing, to state policing. A lot of Nigerian youth, as I repeat, a lot of Nigerian youth listen to their religious leaders. They listen to their traditional leaders. We are going to go through that channel. We'll pick out their traditional rulers, pick out their religious rulers, and gather them in one place and talk to them. We are also going to advocate peace and conflict resolution seminars in all the 36 states of this country. It is saddening to note that a lot of people take law into their hands. As a party, we intend to intensify the rule of law.
Thank you.
No one is going to be above the law.
That's right.
As much as we are trying to meet up to people and talk to them in a calm way, we are still not going to advocate for anyone to take law into their hands. No one will be above the law. As a party, that is what we intend to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. The gentleman can please attempt answering the question.
Thank you very much. Now, let me start by saying that the situation of insecurity in Nigeria has continued to create resounding and high octave of fear, of palpable fear all over the nation. It has actually been shrouded with spate of killings. But let me let you know that a former military president in Nigeria said that if insurgency lasts more than 24 hours in a nation, then the government has a hand in it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, what are we going to do? I think my fellow presidential candidate doesn't understand the facts on ground. That even in this nation, insurgents have been kidnapping traditional rulers. I don't think she understands the facts on ground. Number two, you need to also realize that insecurity is a global phenomenon, especially terrorism. But the best way to approach it is going out on what we call bellum omnium contra omnis.
Yes.
Bellum omnium contra omnis.
Yes.
War of all against all.
Yes.
Nigeria is treating insurgents, bandits, and terrorists with glove hands. Number one, our approach, because security is in two forms. You have defensive security and natural security.
Yes.
In addressing this space, we understand that some of these insurgents and bandits and terrorists are those who are holding conservative religious laws.
Yes.
Number one. Number two are those who are suffering natural, who are not well protected with natural security, like I mentioned.
Yes.
What does natural security mean? When you have enough food in your stomach, you won't be able to pick up a crime. We will protect and make Nigerians in some certain regions that are vulnerable to crime. We will get them busy. Number one. Number two, in defensive security, we are going to close every loose ends and weak ranks among our security architecture.
Yes, sir.
It is very clear and obvious to the eye, crystal clear to the eye, within our security architecture, there are some insubordinate and officials among our security ranks.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, most governors collect security votes and get it to solve security problems. Yet all these things are not properly put to use.
Yes.
So what are we going to do? In protecting and solving this problem, we are going to implement thoroughly security and dealing with these security officials who are corrupt in the system. Number two, we are going to approach with state and community police. I watched a documentary of women in Anambra State protecting their community at midnight by themselves.
Yes.
A documentary in Nigeria. We are going to start by having, and also another thing that is worthy of note, is that when you have a commissioner in a state that is from Anambra State.
Thank you very much.
Next question. In what ways will you help Nigerians understand the challenges we face as a consuming nation and do the hard work of overcoming this burden together? I repeat myself. In what ways will you help Nigerians understand the challenges we face as a consuming nation and do the hard work of overcoming this burden together?
The gentleman.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, as a consuming nation, we have a task ahead. Nigeria is a nation that has continued to ignore certain strategic sectors. For example, Ajaokuta Steel Company has been left dormant for a number of years until recent remembrance and contracting of Russian companies, Russian to come and renovate it. Meanwhile, in causing a nation to become productive, what do? You stir up the action of the individuals in the nation. Get them to work.
Yes.
It's simple as that. In order to pick a nation from being consumptive, you get them to work to be productive.
Yes.
Now, how are we going to do it? We have some made in Nigerian products that are not being patronized.
Yes.
Now, we are going to implement policies. It's going to be, now we must confess and state emphatically that it could be a burdensome process, but we will be deliberate and intentional about it.
Yes.
It will require that we have a conference in that regard, because it has become very obvious that some things are just said, but stringent actions do not follow.
Yes.
We are going to make it a course of action to ensure that in patronizing Nigerian products, we will call for national conference and implement it as policies to ensure that you compulsorily, starting from our leaders, in what they use. In America, for example, the American president uses the American car, specifically designed for him.
Yes, sir.
This we are going to do in Nigeria, starting. I, as a president, when I assume office, my first ride to the inauguration venue, as an example, will be with a Nigerian product.
Yes.
For example, you have Innocent carrying out, phenomenal technological innovations, yet not being properly encouraged.
Yes.
We have in Aba City several guys doing a lot, yet they are not being patronized.
Yes.
Our textile industry has been abandoned.
Yes.
When we get people to Bangladesh is getting $32 million from textile industry. Yes, we abandon us. It will be a burdensome process, but must be intentional.
Yes,
nations are not built in a day. But we will take the pay and ensure that we take stringent actions in the process. Thank you very much.
The lady, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Our core slogan for the WPP is new ideologies generating extreme revenue irrespective of
adversities.
As Nigerians, we need to reorient ourselves. Of a truth, most Nigerians aren't ready to work. And if we must change Nigeria from a consuming country to a producing country, we must be ready to work.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
We must be ready to work. We also, after working, we must be ready to consume what we work for.
Yes.
Nigeria has long been a consuming nation rather than a producing nation.
Yes.
And that is why the human capital development comes into play.
Oh, yes.
This time around, we'll be coming in the sector of agriculture. Agriculture is one of the sectors that have been, will I say, relegated to the background. We have used crude oil as a system or means of foreign exchange and what have you.
Yes.
But I would like to bring our attention back to the sector of agriculture.
Yes,
Nigerians have so many cash produce that we can farm and produce and export to other countries. That is why WPP is intending to have what I call, again, the mega farm city.
Yes.
In the mega farm city, we intend to utilize every sector, rising from the digital marketers, those in the ICT, those who are in graphic design and what have you. We'll combat them in the same sector. It doesn't have to be if you are a farmer or if you are someone who buys produce. We are going to utilize the talents of this country and bring them to mega farm city.
Oh, yes.
It will be a community where farming is inculcated. What do I mean? We're going to acquire a space in every state in the 36 states of this country.
Thank you.
Where the government will give a chance to youths who would use their talent to develop those farms.
Thank you.
Youth may not have the money to do those things, but would make sure we provide the facilities for them to be able to farm those lands. We're also going to be taking charge or using the irrigation farming. In that, whether in raining season or in dry season, we are not stopping to produce goods that can be consumed in the country and out of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kindly put your hands together for them. One more time. We will have a 2-minute recess before you take the final question and also challenge your opponent's position. The 2 minutes begin now.
Are you sure?
Yes, you're
You're already doing it. Make me more.
Drink, correct balance. It was a wrong answer. Okay, that if she says they're not ready, how does she make them to be ready to
So she's playing.
You tell her that and you were saying that you use cyber criminals. So how can you use a criminal? I don't know.
Thank you very much. We can have our seats and the debate continues. One more time, please put your hands together for the two presidential aspirants. We'll take the last question, then move to the segment of reviews and counter reviews. Listen.
Last question. What policies will you imbibe to curb the brain drain crisis that will further reassure our professionals their stake in the national cake? I repeat myself. What policies will you imbibe to curb the brain drain crisis that will further reassure our professionals their stakes in the national cake?
The gentleman, you may wish to begin answering the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is a way of reestablishing to Nigerians again about the misconception about my fellow presidential candidates by not defining correctly what brain drain means.
Yes, sir.
Brain drain, as already established by the moderator in his question, which is reiterated again, is the process of migration.
This segment is a question and answering segment. It is not a point countering segment.
All right. Now, our policies will go around operation of granting grants and non-interest loans to skilled workers around the country. Now, that will include the place of giving grants to professionals, especially medical professionals, young graduates, in order to find a life for themselves. Number two, we will create a system that accommodates proper remuneration and social packages by collaboration with their organization and association. For example, for young legal practitioners, we'll collaborate with the National Bar Association for proper access to young lawyers who do not have a way to live.
Yes, sir.
For the health professionals, we'll partner with the National Medical Association.
Yes, sir.
For those who are willing to establish private hospitals on their own, they will find a way to do that. And for also, we'll create a scheme to ensure that those who do not have good way to start up their life, we can also encourage entrepreneurial services for professionals also as an idea.
Yeah.
We'll give the idea of partnership with institutions to buy the idea of food production, by also encouraging professionals to invest in agriculture, one way or the other,
Yes, sir.
which is a way of promoting our agricultural plan and ensuring that we have a deep agricultural policy and revolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. The lady may wish to answer the question.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to apologize for the gross definition of brain drain crisis. But the policies I would like to imbibe, me and my party, is we would be giving scholarship and loans for people who are interested in doing such.
Yes.
For instance, people who are in the medical association, people who are, for instance, one of our custodians stated that she didn't have the money to go to school, to pay her school fees, and she had to be withdrawn from school for a while. This kind of situations, we intend to have grants and loans and scholarship that will cover such issues.
Oh, yes.
we also intend to create a system to increase remuneration packages. We also intend to create a system to train medical students.
Yes.
Our system do not allow for medical students to be equipped thoroughly. What we intend to do is to equip our medical personnel thoroughly for them to be able to work comfortably in a system such as Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we please put our hands together again for them? Would like to appreciate both of you for ventilating and creating multidimensional perspectives to these questions. And the outcome of this is to allow people decide and choose where to incline their voting decision based on your position in answering the question. At this point, we will request that each candidate counter the point of their opponents, and this is aimed at creating a sense of balance and opinion stability. And so we will begin by allowing the lady to counter the opponents. Thank you very much. You have 2 minutes for that.
All right. Presidential aspirants for GDP. You talked of war of all against all to tackle insurgency and terrorism. What makes you think war is one of the strategies used against terrorism to attack in the nation?
Now, thank you very much. I think what you got wrong is the literal perception. You have a wrong literal perception. When I say war against war, I remember a former military president in Nigeria here once, when he came on board, he went out with war against indiscipline. Now, when you say war against all, we are saying war, all Nigerians are warring against all criminal tendencies.
Yes,
all forms of terrorism.
Yes, sir.
We have the political will. We are not redundant persons who will sit in the office and not take actions. When we see crime, we have situations where we see Nigerians being killed mercilessly across the nation. And yet, we stay aloof, not taking deep actions.
Yes.
That is what we are saying, war. If it will require that I'll go out on the field and stay with my army, it's a way of boosting their morale.
Yes.
I can choose to spend time with the army in their place of fighting. If it will require they will stay in Sambisa Forest, I'll stay there so I can feel the pulse.
Yes.
Because we have many of them on the field. Our armies are fighting. They are fighting, they leave their families at home. Fighting and they are being ignored. So we'll go all out against them with deep political will and leadership by example.
You also stated that you would adopt legal machineries to settle farmland. Legal machineries like what?
Thank you very much. In Nigeria, we have land use acts and policies.
Yes.
Now for a good example, a tribe called Tiv and Junkum. Tiv is in Benue State and Junkum tribe is in Taraba State. They have been having land dispute for a very long time.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you for your counterpoints. We would like to ask the gentleman to counter the point of his opponents.
Now,
2 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. First, I wouldn't want the grass to grow under your feet as my beloved friend. But I want us to put in proper perspective Nigerians that brain drain means migration of professionals, like we see. Thank you. Number two, I think it's an insult on Nigerians to say that most Nigerians are not ready to work.
Yay!
Most Nigerians are sweating under their breath.
Yes, sir.
To survive.
Yes, sir.
Most of them power generators.
Yes, sir.
Continuously. For example, here we know we can believe our organizers are spending so much to keep us running.
Yes.
Number three, you must realize that despite the difficult situation, Nigeria is still struggling to eat.
Yes.
And it to be for a company, a party that says it's redefining narratives, and they are still going the lane of previous person. It is painful. It is totally painful. Another thing you said, you emphasize on agriculture. Agricultural sector is not the only the sector in the economy.
I didn't say it was the only sector.
Yeah, you kept on talking about farm mega
Because this
city.
is one of the major sector we'll be using as a party.
Thank
Don't
you.
go beyond the scope of what I said.
Now, what about the manufacturing sector? What about the creative sector? What about the services? How about these ones? What will you do in the creative industries? What will you do with the manufacturing industries? Are there no potentials there? How about the services?
Excuse me,
Are there no
Mr.
potentials
President.
there?
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I stated clearly that one of the major sectors we'll be using is agriculture. This does not in any way mean that we do not have talent in the manufacturing industry, the creative industry, design, what have you. That is why
I want you to label the point.
If human capital development.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are taking advantages of this.
Thank you. I want you to now substantiate your point on those other sectors. If you truly have plans in that regard, please let Nigerians know.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. What we call human capital development. I stated earlier that we're going to be empowering the youth. What I mean by that is we're going to start
Thank you
teaching
very
early.
much. Your time is up. You may have your seat.
Yes.
You may have your seat. Each presidential candidate has 60 seconds to do a summary of their positions as regards all the questions.
You lack the knowledge.
The lady can begin to summarize. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Dear Nigerians and fellow Nigerians, I also want to thank you for this opportunity. As I earlier stated that WPP is out to redefine narrative.
Yes.
With a slogan, new ideologies, increasing revenue, extreme revenue, regardless of adversities in this country. We are still maintaining the fact that we are redefining narratives. We may not be able to redefine all the narratives because 4 years might not be sufficient to redefine such narratives, but that does not mean we are not taking into cognizance of those adversities.
Thank you.
And we are ready to put out our feet to work as a country.
Yes.
Thank you.
Redefining narratives.
White Progressive Party.
Redefining narratives.
Thank you. The gentleman can summarize in 60
Thank
seconds.
you very much, sir. Now, I once make reference to this Chinese proverb. He said the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, and the second best time is now. We have a social contract with our people. They surrendered most of their inalienable rights to us as a government.
Yes, sir.
They have surrendered their will to us so that we as government can sustain a maintenance order and protecting their rights. Also, Martin Luther King said something. He said injustice anywhere is a counter to justice everywhere. As a people, we are going to apply, as a party, we will uphold productivity and service. If productivity is increased, income generation will be increased. As a party, we are going to apply all the components of governance, ranking along legitimacy, accountability, transparency, value of human life, value of human happiness, and all other components of democracy. We are going to sustain democratic ideals to ensure, and the time
Can you please put your hands together? Thank you very much. We will carry out a tradition where the presidential candidate of an opposing party will move over to the other party and extend pleasantries and handshake. We'll begin with the Green Party. Kindly move over to the White Party wing and greet the party members. Thank you.
My people, I greet
you.
The presidential candidate of the White Progressive Party can do the same. A handshake between the two presidential candidates will also cement the conversation.
How about side dog?
It's a handshake, Mama. They look for hugs.
No, president is not emotionalized people.
It's in spirit of sportsmanship.
Thank you very much. Before we hand over to the VOF rather, would like to request that every party member move to the other side and extend pleasantries to their supposed opponents, and you end up. Thank you very much.
Women leader. Captain. Chairman. Rubbishing. Celebrating. Mama. Yeah, celebrating. Yeah, Mr. Ice, thank you.
Thank you very much. Would like to appreciate all that participated in this debate, including our esteemed viewers. Would like to hand over to the VOF at this point. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for being part of the presidential debate today. So as we close, we are going to take the national anthem as we stand at an attention.
Arise, O compatriot, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our father's land, with love and strength and faith. The shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, is that unity. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow and lead.
Libra digadosia. Mercy Lord, mercy Lord, mercy Lord, mercy Lord, mercy Lord.
No way.
Let's thank God for mercy. Let's thank God for mercy. Maliga brada basha kataya labradiga dosia. Legede lebrede lebosia. Father, we thank you for mercy. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Majola brande kis katala brada kita. Inga libra diga daya. Mercy corrects our mistakes. Mary speaks for us when we can't speak. Mercy, mercy, Lord. Jalibra daga dabalaba. Liga rodozo dobolodos. Ligro dobos ketele brada baya gadaba. Jaketele brodo bolodo bosia. Inka twa. Erikoto balada balaba. Mazede bredele bosia. Mazede bosia gadaba. Tell the Lord, amplify our words. Amplify the voice, the words that are played today. Amplify the word. Amplify the words. Increase the words. Mercy. We rest under your mercy, Lord. We rest under your mercy, Lord. Father, we thank you. Thank you, awesome God. Your mercy is what we are relying on. Your mercy is what we are relying on. The battle is not to be strong. By strength shall not prevail. 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 Rely on our words. We rely on your strength, O God. We rely on your strength, O God. There's an assignment. Go and motivate men. Go and inspire the world. Go and inspire our voters. Go and motivate our voters. Yes, angels. Assignments. Go and gather men. Go and gather women. Go and gather youths. That we vote. That we vote. That we vote. That we vote. There's an assignment. Lift up the banner of WPP across 36 states of Nigeria. Across 36 states of Nigeria. Lift up the banner of WPP across all states, across the globe, across Africa. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Just please hold up. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes. Yes, Lord. Oh, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes. Amen. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Amen. Amen. Because we have done our best. I have something to say. We have done our best. 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 We have done our best.
He says it might not make sense.
Is if you are not even also the father.
Don't make his
This super, it's not them that decide, it's the voters, it's the viewers, not even father or we. You see, we're talking about that. Now, votes. Now, votes. So, he's thanking God and mercy. Yes. To viewers, you have to come and before we go and change clothes. Better you call them over, then you pray them. Or have you prayed already? So we can know mercy.
Is it that I will just say, the father will come? Yes, Lord.
I did not told you before.
This one said that you pray and he will not.
Even if you do it, Father, we are grateful.
Okay, so what you do, ask Wilfred how his own was. Whether he called him intention at that time to now say it, or he was one that decided where we go. So I know what we do before I can change clothes.
Yes,
these people were tackling you. But it's like grace, we don't go fear. But the way she wants, she's walking, praying for her. Because she's the one that is, she's the one that what she said. So we have to pray. We keep praying for her so that our strength will not fail her. We need your strength because you are the one that your hand is lifted up. We are the one carrying your hand up. Please.
So that fixes
your husband will be so happy.